Good morning and welcome to the Blackwood Town Council Special Call Meeting and Budget Workshop here located at the Manor. Today is Friday, April 19, 2024. The time is 9:14. Mr. Williamson, can you please conduct the roll call?
Councilwoman Page. Here. Councilman Brock.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fripp. Councilman McHenrick.
Here.
Mayor Griffin.
Here. Thank you, sir. Was notification and posting of the meeting agenda posted according to state law?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we'll join Councilman Brock for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This might be working. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Join me for a moment in prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this beautiful weather that you've sent for us as we move forward into spring and summer and fun times in the town of Blythewood. We ask that you place your guiding hand over this body as we serve the people of this beautiful town. We ask that you bless our county, our state, and our nation, our first responders, our military, both domestic and abroad. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
So before we, and I apologize for the delay this morning. You can never underestimate technology. Technology is good until technology tells you to update when you really need it. Before we get started on the items this morning, I want to take a point of privilege here just to wish Councilman Brock a happy birthday. I think he turned 52 today. But happy birthday, sir. Enjoy your day. Thank you for showing up and working on your birthday.
I tried to change it, but you wouldn't let me.
So let's go ahead and get this morning started. We're going to jump right into the discussion items this morning. Just to council before we will have some visits from our county officials and some of our state elected officials throughout the day. Some will join us for lunch, but if their schedules have changed, we will yield some time to them to address us according to their schedule. So I wanted to make sure, number one, that they have an invite to the table to talk to us as we're going through budgets, they're going through budgets, so that we're on one kind of solid page as we all move forward. So discussion item this morning, we'll start with discussion item A, and that's the proposed FY25 budget, along with some departmental updates. And Mr. Williamson, as we talked about it, for simplicity of going over it, please, and of course, answer any questions that members may have. But since we do have new members, and of course, this is my first time going through the budget extensively as mayor, we'll take that approach as we talked about and go page by page as was recommended. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to just touch on the overall plan for getting this budget passed. We'll have our budget work session this morning and today, and then a second workshop is scheduled for May 9th, same time and place. So hopefully you have that on your calendar, that is a Thursday. And one thing I just want to note is because of the way that Memorial Day landed and our schedule for town council meetings, that actually we had bumped up on the town calendar for town council to be on May 20th instead of the 27th. So just please make a note of that, and that will be the first reading and then followed up by second reading and at the end of June. We put together the budget in a pretty customary fashion as we've done in the past, but I did leave out the capital expenditures just because I know those are large discussion items, and I just didn't want to put something in there that didn't really reflect what the council's intent was. And on that, I did ask Paul Mascotti, who's the chair of the Doco Meadows Park Foundation, to come in because he and the foundation are always working on major improvements to the park. And so I thought, I want to get him to come here first and let y'all hear from him and ask any questions. And then now he did tell me that he can come back later if he likes. So I mean, but anyway, I just thought I'd start off with that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, that's
All
fine.
right.
And that's what I want to do. I don't want to keep people here 8 hours with us. So the floor is yours, sir. Thank you for joining us this morning.
We can move that.
There we go. No, just that one item first. We'll get it right. We still sleep.
I just had a couple points I wanted to make today, just to bring you up. A little bit of it is an update. A little bit of it is just to let you know where we think we're heading, and what that's predicated on and what we're waiting on. We're excited about the master plan. We've seen the concept drawings. I'm excited about it. It's beyond what I thought it was going to turn out to be. I've worked with architects for years, and it never fails to amaze me how when they roll out a set of plans for the first time, that wow factor really pops out. And that happened when we first saw what they've got in mind. I'm anxious for y'all to see it. We had a couple revisions the steering committee did. Nothing major, but I'm excited for y'all to see it. One of the keys to that product, I guess you could say, or one of the deliverables, is there to provide us with some pricing. That pricing is critical. It's the way the RFQ wrote, it was to be provided by phases. Well, that could be interpreted as provided by features. For instance, the farmers market, the rest of the amphitheater, ball fields, what we want to do on McLean Road, what we want to do on Sandfield Road. But that pricing is critical because that gives us a little bit of direction as the foundation. And it also tells us how we think, or it'll give us a good idea how we should bid these projects out ultimately. I've always said that good bidding depends on good estimating. They're going to give us their best estimate, and they've got pricing that's recent, which is one of the benefits of using a firm like that. So I'm cautiously optimistic. The main part that we're focusing on is the farmers market. Back in, it looks like it was January or February of 22, we kind of did an estimate of that based on the original bid date back in 2011. Going through all the COVID pricing increases and so on and so forth, we estimated that thing to be somewhere around 1.2 million. Recently, I had a contractor who was initially going to give me an estimate, do an estimate for free, which is hard to find these days. But he ended up getting busy and had some projects come in. But he said, I'm here to tell you, it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.4 to 1.6, 1.5, somewhere there. He said, I know it's not 2 million. The prices are not that crazy. It does appear that the market has cooled just a little bit in certain various pieces of the market. The wood products we're seeing have at least stopped escalating so quickly, but there are others out there that are going to continue. Steel, plastics, petroleum-generated products, piping. So we're optimistic, and that's one of the prices that we would like to see first from our planners, and just see where they think this is. That, in fact, will help me give council a better idea where we think we need to be with the pricing that y'all, or some funding that y'all have offered in the past, and hopefully will continue to offer. But it also tells us what funding we need to make up. We're approaching this in two ways. We've got one partner that's looking at it from a 50-50 standpoint. We've got another partner that's got a grander view in mind and wants to expand it beyond just one project, which is great. I want to be careful how much we bite off. But we're thankful for the money that y'all have offered in the past. We hope you find room in your budget for us again. But right now, I'm going to tell you, we think, based on what I'm hearing from experienced contractors, that we're somewhere between 1.4 and 1.6. Hopefully, it'll come in less than that. What I do think would be prudent, after we get the estimate from Wood & Partners, our master planners, I don't expect it to be a detailed estimate. It's hard to do a detailed estimate on concept drawings. I would like to get that in front of a contractor, let him look at the plans or let him look at the concept drawing, make some assumptions, detail all that, but be paid for his time to do it. And I don't know what that's going to cost. Typically, a good detailed estimate, depending on the breadth of it, is a couple $1,000s. But that will allow us, as well as yourselves, some insight as to where this thing is headed. The other thing that the pricing will give us, and this is one of the things we worked with on the original bidding for the park, was when we get those estimates in, based on whatever that date is, it'll allow us to escalate from there into the future. It give you a better idea budget-wise what we could be looking at down the road. Now, the foundation, of course, is interested in that because we want to go find donors to go ahead and help out with those expenditures. But we're excited about where this is going. I'm just anxious to get our hands on the numbers. I'm anxious for y'all to see the concept and get your opinion of it. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed explanation, and you're right on target, because I'm looking at our capital expenditure proposal going into FY25, and I propose holding steady at the 750 that was put there in the previous administration, just not really knowing exactly how much you need, and I know you guys were still shopping around and talking to potential donors. The detailed, before I open this up to other members, to get a detailed cost, you think a couple $1,000s from a contractor?
Based on the information we have, we don't have full construction drawings. If it was full drawings, I'd probably tell you it'd be $5 grand, $6 grand, $7 grand, but we don't have that. And what it's going to take is some time on their part to look at the concept drawings and make some assumptions. For instance, we've got detailed plans on the farmer's market. On that one building, somebody could do a pretty good estimate for a couple $1,000s just because it's just one structure. It's a fairly simple structure at that. To do concept drawings, for instance, the parcel on Sandfield is a large concept drawing. To get us a good price on that, it would take some assumptions and a little bit of detailing by a contractor.
So if we focus on the farmers market, because that's something I think we've been talking about, and we really need to get done, in my opinion.
I agree.
So if we just focused on the farmers market, where is the foundation with potential donors? Do you have an idea about the amount of cash that's you know, that you could grab today if need be?
Today, the pricing we're working on is about $600,000 to $700,000. Now, they have come back and asked us if we need more. And we told them we've got some pricing coming in from Wooded Partners, our master planners, that'll help fine tune that a little bit. And that's when I mentioned earlier a 50-50 type arrangement. That's kind of how it wants to fall out between the donor, the one donor, and council. There is another donor, based on what the whole picture looks like, that may be interested in doing quite a bit more than just the one project. So I've got one donor that's approximately the same place you're at with your budget. They've asked us if we think it's going to be any more. We told them we had some pricing coming. We'd be able to let them know something in another week or 2, 3 weeks.
So what do we need to do to really get that project moving?
I think if we could go ahead and get pricing on an estimate, what it's going to take to get an estimate, get that priced out, and come back. And that way we have some it'll firm our numbers up a little bit more. And then I need to find out from our other donor who would be providing approximately the same amount of money, where they are time-wise. And it may work out. They were thinking less than 6 months. It may work out that by the time we get the plans ready to go, get them set up for a bid, once we get the estimate, it'll tell us how we want to bid it, is why I say that. It'll tell us how we want to deliver it. It'll tell us how we're going to write the contract. So that estimate is fairly important.
Okay, and then my last question, before we, I think it'll be prudent at the next council meeting or somewhere in between that we, number one, I think internally we need to share those concept drawings of the farmers market, especially with the new members on council. And then I know there were some concerns about making multi-use, you know, it's open air, maybe some doors or some roll-up type deal. And I think you probably remember those conversations. But just so that we know exactly what we're looking at, and especially making sure that our new members see it, can ask those questions and voice those concerns. So if you think that your donors are ready to still move on their commitment, you know we are, because we're parking the same dollars back. I think that's a fairly fast track process. But we just want to make sure that any other questions and concerns that we have, drawing and conceptual wise, and, you know, play those different cards. Do we want it where we can close it off during the winter, you know, and open it during the summer? So just make sure of that. But to members of council, any questions on the park or the farmers market, which is in your capital expenditure budget? Ms. Fruit.
Good morning, Paul. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I guess I just have a question. I didn't have the opportunity to serve with you very long. Is there an established fundraising plan that the foundation has that would allow you to fundraise continuously versus just for particular, you know, or major items? That way there's a continuous flow of funding, because there's a lot of different ways to fundraise. And I think that if the foundation is just relying solely on two, I mean, they're anonymous to us right now, donors, then, I mean, that puts a lot of weight on those donors if that funding didn't come through. So I guess I'm just wondering, has there been a plan in the past, or has the majority of the funding come from the town?
There really hasn't been a plan that was passed on to us. But what has occurred is we started to put a plan together. And what it was going to be based on is how we're going to finish out the park. Well, at the time, all we had to finish out was the amphitheater and the farmer's market. Only because we really didn't know what else was going to go into the park. Then the idea came up, the council came up and said, let's do a master plan, which timed out great because based on that master plan, we finish out everything in addition to the new concept drawings that we've talked about. What we're now going to do is once council agrees or we vote on or approve, however you want to put it, the master plan, then we've got a plan, a fundraising plan that's based on that, about how we're going to present materials to prospective donors, and how we're going to follow up with them. We did not have a plan, to answer your question, prior to the master plan, the decision to go forward with the master plan. That fills in the rest of the unknowns. It allows us to go forward with that. But I will say, I don't know what kind of percentage to put on it, but this one vendor in particular, or this one donor in particular, wanted to see everything that was going to be in the plan, in the conceptual plan. They were interested in far more than just a farmer's market. So hopefully, best of the world, it's a very short fundraising expedition, but I think what's going to happen is our other donors going to come through for the farmer's market. At that point, by that point, or by that time, we would have the approval of council to go forward, or at least approving the master plan. That in turn will set us in motion with our new fundraising plan now that it shows everything. We just didn't have enough material to go out with prior to the master plan being announced. But that kind of fills in the gaps.
I'm good for right now.
Morning. Hey, Paul. And so I think another idea to consider, and perhaps maybe we start earlier than later, just to not drag out the project and completion date, is looking into federal and state grants that could be provided for such items, and whether or not we need to be considering someone that has previous background experience with that, because if you're talking about going ahead and getting detailed project information from a contractor, then perhaps we also need to consider, subcontracting out the ability for someone to write, a solid grant, because that can be a process in itself as well. So just a thought, and that may be part of, adding on to the park, not necessarily the farmer's market, depending, but it's just something that could take time, right? So it's just something to think about.
We didn't delve into the grants for no particular reason. We did participate in the recovery ARP,
Yeah.
and submitted to the county on that, and that just didn't work out. And I don't know where that is right now, but it was hopeful. We were hopeful going into that we would at least net something out of that. But we're not the only folks like that. So, but to answer your question, we have not looked into grant funding, so to speak. But I'd welcome the opportunity. If you've got experience with that, I'd certainly welcome the opportunity to talk about it.
Well, I won't say that for sure. But what I will do is put it on my radar as I'm talking to folks and meeting folks, to dive, to inquire about that and try to get names for which, and I ask that of all of us, that could help us with that, because, on a federal level as well as on the state level, county-wise, there's money out there to be had. So if we can get a piece of it, I think that will be helpful, so.
Plenty of need.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
question.
Page, you good? Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. McKendry.
Mr. Scotty, again, thank you for being here this morning. Appreciate what the Park Foundation does for the town, leadership they give. The past campaign you had for the amphitheater, was there a sunsetting date on that campaign? And it's complete. That's
The only sunset date that I would apply to it was the date we handed over the
that
last
final
check.
check.
Not to be flip, but
Nope,
that
absolutely.
kind of, for that phase, that ended it.
So, and from the times that I've been involved with large fundraising opportunities, it's always easier to raise funds when you have something for the donors to look at. Like you said, when you roll that plan out, the wow factor means a lot to somebody you're asking for money from.
Absolutely.
Well, in last year's budget, the council had, and Mr. Mayor, Councilman Brock, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we put a $750 mark in there for matching funds for the foundation for the purposes of the farmer's market.
Well, Mr. McKendry, I think it was a little more than $750.
$750,000.
Okay, that sounds a little better.
So that earmark came out of the proceeds the town received from ARP. Those funds weren't matched within that budget year. So now we're coming to the end of that budget. So that mark is still there. So this is a question for Carol. Having those funds not have been used for the match, and how we set that up was allowing the foundation to update the master plan, get an approved concept for the farmer's market, get the quotes and bids that you just referred to, and then come up with a dollar amount and say, hey, we have secured 50% of the funding. Can we access those matching grants of the $750,000? That would have passed through. Project could have been gone if all those dominoes lined up. Well, now that marker is going to go to our unrestricted balance and can simply be re-upped as a $750,000 marker for the foundation and matching grants. Does that make sense? Which, in my mind, kickstarts the next capital campaign for the foundation. It's a lot easier to say to a donor, we have matching funds, but we've got to raise $750 to get the $750.
And that's where we think we are with the donor that I indicated was looking at a 50-50 partnership, so to speak. They know that town council has had put aside some money, earmarked some money. They were looking at what would it take to finish out, and we said roughly the same amount of money, knowing that we were going down this road with a master plan and we had some pricing that would firm up later. But they are expecting that kind of number.
Okay, so as we, Mr. Mayor, as we move forward, that's not it would be a line item in the 24-25 budget. But really what we're going to do is move that marker from one budget year to the next.
That's correct. That's exactly what was my instructions to staff, was just to roll it over. I called it roll over.
Roll
but,
over,
you know,
sure.
we just roll it over to the next budget year. And yes, sir.
For Councilwoman Page and Councilwoman Fripp, that wouldn't be new spending for us. That was ARP money that we allocated last year. And to Councilwoman Fripp's point, if you're raising money, particularly in a foundation setting, it's always good to keep those donors at the table and engaged with something they've already proven that they believe in because they've given to it in the past. And I always said I was new to council for the last two payments, I believe, from the foundation. And when you look at the history of the foundation, and I personally tagged that campaign, promises made, promises kept, you delivered checks on time every time and fulfilled the commitment from the foundation. That's how that's supposed to work, and we have an amphitheater out there as a result of it. So,
Well, I appreciate that. Of course, our donors came through to make that happen. So
yeah, absolutely.
it's the donors that did that for us.
Again, thank you to you for your leadership on the foundation and all the people who serve there.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, Councilman Brock?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How you doing, Mr. Muscati?
Wonderful. How about you?
It's my birthday, so
Birthday.
we'll see. Looking forward to a good dinner tonight. So, you have been through one capital campaign where you raised monies to fund or finish out the amphitheater, which is the Palmetto Citizens Amphitheater.
I started with the foundation about halfway through that.
Okay. How much money in total do you know was raised under that capital campaign?
I wanna say-
Ballpark it. It's okay.
I
Doesn't have
want
to
to
be
say I looked at that before, somewhere around $380,000.
Okay, so between 350 and 4 is a fair number? All right. So that's probably the largest capital campaign I suspect that the foundation has
Absolutely.
undertaken and completed.
Absolutely.
Because Councilman McKendrick's right. You did deliver on time every time. You started and you finished your campaign. And it's great. I know that at least I have spoken extensively about this particular project. And as it stands, I'm assuming that there hasn't been any material changes to the concept of the structure, and it's more of an open-aired structure, similar to what we discussed, what was that, a yearish ago, maybe?
The only changes, we have not made any, that's correct. The only changes we've discussed had to do with adding restrooms and a storage room
Okay.
to it. But beyond that, we haven't made any changes.
Okay. Outside, because it's called a farmer's market, but the farmer's market only operates about 45 days out of the year. Would you say that's fair? If we assume every Wednesday, that's 52, and they've got a kickoff date and maybe a closing date. So at the most, you're talking 55,
If
60
you look
days
at
a
it
year.
that way, that's probably.
Okay,
just, you know,
so that's a little over 2 months worth of work or worth of time that's allocated for this particular structure, which would be less than 20%. So I don't necessarily know if calling it a farmer's market is the right thing, but that's okay. What's the plan for the other 80% of the time? Because this is a commitment from your donor and or donors and the town. It's a sizable commitment. And it's coming out of our general fund dollars. That's where the ARP dollars have been moved. Is that correct, Mr. Williamson? So we're not restricted on where we have to spend these funds. We can spend them anywhere. Why is this project worth upwards of $700,000 to potentially $800,000 from the town when if it's deemed a farmer's market, yet it only operates 20% of the time as a farmer's market, what's the idea for the rest of the time?
What we've been told by Christy Coggins is she seriously lacks public shelter space to rent out to folks,
Okay,
regardless of the size. She feels that she would have no problem renting those spaces out there on days where it's not used for the farmers market.
okay, so you do look at it as a revenue driving
Oh, absolutely.
asset.
Absolutely.
Because if we build it and then nothing happens, then it becomes a liability.
There's been a lot of discussion on dinners being presented underneath of that. I don't know what you call farm to market.
Farm to table.
On the table.
Exactly. We're intending to use that, or see it used, as a much wider purpose than just a farmer's market.
Okay.
I understand what you're asking.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Well, I think that presenting it in that light would actually give some others, individuals, maybe myself, I can only speak for me, a little more comfort in saying, okay, I'm ready to pledge, 7.5% or whatever of our general fund dollars, or maybe more than that, 10% of our general fund dollars towards a project. And the only purpose that it seems to be serving is a farmer's market. And I understand the farmer's market is a good service for the community, and I'm sure we could use hospitality dollars. We can play with the monies here, to how it's funded. It doesn't necessarily have to all come from the general. But
As silly as it sounds, the farmer's market name was tagged onto it simply because it's on the plans as farmer's market. It was named back in 2011, and we just never changed it. The purpose will be well beyond the farmer's market.
multi-use, mixed-use
Absolutely.
concept.
Absolutely.
Okay, which goes back to the discussion that I've been having for the past year or so. What do you do when it's blazing hot in August, or not freezing cold, but relatively cold in January, February, I think that we've got to move it a little more forward with potentially HVAC, with potentially ways to close it off, because I mean, it gets hot in the summer and cold in the winter. And if you're going to exclude 3 or 4 months, well, then you've lost 3 or 4 months, and then you tack on 2 months with the farmer's market. Now you're only down to 6. Your availability starts to dwindle because you've created an open air market. I'm guessing, I'm picturing it similar to the market on Meeting Street in Charleston, like similar
Very
type.
similar.
Yeah, open concept.
It's also very similar to the one in Mount Pleasant, right next to, there's an elementary school or a middle school right beside it. But they've got a farmer's market very similar in structures.
And I wanted to help Paul out just a little. I think the name farmers market goes along with what our town we're trying to savor in regards to that rural, hometown feeling. So whether or not the whole farmers market name, but we're trying to give that perception of we're still rural. And so that's, I think, why that's the name farmers market is still being reused over and over. The other thing is like the Presbyterian Church off of Reimer Pond Road. They have a shelter with a fireplace, have picnic tables underneath it. I don't know if it has fans, but it has an open concept. That's when we talk about this, that's a very small rendition, but it does have bathroom facilities on both sides. That's what comes to mind whenever we're talking about this. So I don't know if maybe that's helpful as well.
You can have open concept and still have airflow and still have heaters and things like that, so that it is more user friendly. And I know you can. I've seen it. I would just hate to get to the point where people pull back simply because of inclement weather. I mean, if it's inclement, then raining.
Sure.
But
It's well worth looking at. I'm sure it's been done. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's been done, and I know some folks to talk to that if it has been done, they would know about it. We want it to be a revenue producer. We hadn't thought about to be quite honest, we hadn't thought about putting air in it and doors on it. But that's not to say we won't look at that while we got some time on our hands right now.
I mean, if we're going to engage an architect and or an individual to provide estimates, we might as well get the Buick and the Cadillac and see which one we like, or at least get the spec sheet.
It's worth finding out. I mean, I'll go that far with you. I'll be glad to get a proposal together and get it back to Carol or new administrator.
Council.
Thanks, Paul.
So let's do this for the sake of the budget, looking at it. And we probably need some type of work session dealing with the park itself. Just we probably need that, and probably will so benefit from all from an A to Z deal with that. So let's work on something. Moving, forward, we're going to deal with what we have right here, and that's the farmers market as a line item. It's just rolling, what I just call rollover. We're just going to roll that over from the previous administration to this one, so that you know that the $750,000 is not changed. It's there. You can still perceive and conversate with your donors. I think I hope I could speak for council and say we just kind of wanted, we want to track it better than we done before.
Sure.
We want to see the results. We want to know, okay, where we at? So let's work on something moving forward on how we can articulate that. And we do have presence on your foundation, but just make sure that, just like Scout Motors, They come in like every quarter or when something major has changed, as instructed them to. I want to do the same thing with you guys. Just let us know where this is so that we don't potentially go to year 3 and we doing the same thing as a rollover. We see where we at.
I don't know the date. Carol, I don't know if you've heard the date. I know it got revised. I just don't know that I've got the latest date. When council first sees concept drawings, do you know that?
Well, May 8th
May-
is the public engagement.
Mhm.
Okay, so I was hoping you would see it before that, but
We can
And
send
we
it,
will.
but, yeah, I
We can
would,
send out drafts once we get.
yeah.
I'm
those
waiting
from
on.
Wooden Partners.
There was no scheduled discussion on it prior to the public engagement.
well, then I would think sometime following your first impression of it, your first view of it, I would think we could have some kind of sit down. It's going to take a while to go through. You'll see it why I say that when you look at it. It'll take a while to discuss all the ins and outs of what they're showing.
I got a glimpse of the draft, and I'm like Mr. Stein said, they was waiting on. I thought it was like, yeah, send it out, but they're waiting on one other little piece to it. But I seen it because I was asking where we at, and I want to make sure council gets this information. I wanted it for this, just so that we could have a presentation on this, on it. But I mean, I think we feel good about, the 750, focusing on the farmer's market. We know that we have this May 8th date coming up for public engagement with it. We know we will see it prior to that, and be able to digest it at least, and discuss it. So I say good job to you guys.
Well, thank you. Why don't we touch base after you see it the first time and see if we can look at a date to sit down and really go through it in detail.
I was going to say May 9th is our scheduled second budget workshop.
It is.
So, which is the day after that. So that might be a good one to have that discussion.
We can put that on the agenda, be able to discuss it.
Mr. Mayor, am I hearing you right that council is going to be able to look at this prior to May 8th,
Yes.
but there would be no conversation amongst council?
Well, we can. I mean, we can call a special just for that. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. We really need something just separated from the normal flow of council business, just to really dive into the park. And when you see this, you'll see what I mean. It's very detailed from what I've seen. It looks good. It gives you example A, example B. It is very detailed, but it just was missing some piece. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but before sending it out to you all, I just got it because I wanted to make sure that it was something on the screen to present during this time, but it wasn't ready.
But we don't anticipate that, Daniel, being ready by the 22nd. If it's not ready today,
I think it'd be a little.
that'd be a stretch.
It'd be a stretch. We'll be right in that time frame, but that'd be a little stretch. There will be a steering committee meeting before the public meeting on May 8th, but that's the same day as the public meeting, so that wouldn't bode a lot of obvious change option. But neither here nor there, as soon as Wooden Partners provides that final draft after the foundation's comments from last Monday, we can provide.
Let's do this. Go ahead and send the draft. Let's go ahead and send the draft to all council, knowing that this is a draft, but at least you get your eyes on something to be able to see it. But it's a draft, and some things may change. As long as we have that understanding, just send it to us.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Anything else for Mr. Scott? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Williamson, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So the other report I just wanted to pass on before we get started, because I know there's questions often on manner. So Christy couldn't be here today, but I did want to read to you the report she provided, and then after that, then we'll start going through the revenue portion. So for the manor, and I'll just read what she provided to me, and she said 2024 rentals have been truly on track for our revenue estimate of $190,000 for this fiscal year. Currently, revenue shows 157, and with 16,000 remaining to be collected, for a total of 173 currently. They have had several cancellations this year. It's been kind of a struggle once those cancellations come in to fill that, but she had a couple of recommendations to reduce this cancellation rate. Would be to increase the security deposit from 500 to 1,000, and then, but she's also worked very hard trying to improve the presence of the manor and the awareness of it by stepping up the social media. We're advertising in Columbia Metropolitan Magazine for the first time. Just developed a new website for the manor, and she said for 2025, she just wanted to know that we have no Saturdays available in April, that it's already booked. There's been a focus to promote more meeting and seminars to fill the space during the week, and she's had over a 50% increase in those meetings during the week. For the next fiscal year, they already have booked over $96,000 of business. And if y'all remember when we passed the ordinance with the fees in the ordinance, and there was a little bit of flexibility given to the director that if it's within 60 days that she has the flexibility to reduce the rate. And she just said that she would recommend increasing that to 120 days, as historically weddings are seldom booked inside that time frame. The recommendation is to extend the weekday rates and rental spaces to Saturdays. So I just wanted to pass that on as we go down because I know that would come up as part of the revenue discussion. So starting out, I also want to point out that in your, go ahead.
Ms. Winston, would you mind forwarding us
Yes.
that email or
Yes,
memo or whatever so that we can look at it? Thank you.
certainly. And in your little packet with a budget, there were a couple of things I thought would be helpful for y'all. And first was just the amortization schedule for remaining for the park, and then the amortization schedule for the McLean property. And also just want to note that the next sheet is the fund balance for all the funds that the town has currently. So as we talk about bringing funds out of that to pay for capital projects, just want to make sure you're aware. And a large part of that, as we go through, I'll show you, but we're putting that into this local government investment pool, which is doing very well for the town. So just want to make sure that was on your radar as we go through. All right, so starting on fiscal year 25 general fund revenue, and I'll go through, and because some of these are sort of, the terms are a little obscure exactly what these revenue line items mean, and since this is new to some of you, I'll try to explain what those reflect. Starting off, building permits and reinspection fees. Of course, you see in the green there is our current fiscal year, and obviously way over. Now that we did do the budget amendment to reflect this amount, but I mean that is an enormous amount because of Scout. And but checking with them, we have pretty much received the building permit payments that we're going to receive for that project. I mean, there'll be some smaller buildings, but nowhere on the scale of what we've already received. So it's a little difficult to estimate, but so that's why you see, I think is a pretty conservative. It's still higher than what we've budgeted in previous years, but I think that 200,000, we will have some residential subdivision come along. So hopefully that is a conservative estimate, but that was kind of based on just speaking with Scout that they're really not going to be requiring or requesting building permits beyond what they've gotten. And so then business license inside Blythewood has continued to increase a little incrementally. So you see that. And then business license outside is where, again, it's kind of difficult because, you know, business license is coinciding with all the contractors that are working on Scout. And as you know, every single contractor that works on Scout is required to get their own separate business license. You know, they're moving right now, so we really haven't gotten hardly any business license from them yet. So a lot of that will come, but whether that comes before June 30th or not, I think that there's still going to be a good portion of that coming in next fiscal year. So I think that's a pretty conservative amount as well, the 400,000, but may know more by a second budget workshop. But anyway, so that's what that reflects. Franchise fees, we just stayed pretty much the same. We don't see increased franchise fees due to Scout directly, so that's why you just saw the same.
So,
yes.
Can you
Mr.
explain?
Williamson,
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
can you explain franchise fees?
Yeah, so the franchise fees are roughly the utilities that operate in the right-of-way of the town. They all have to pay. It's essentially a business license to operate in the town, but the business license actually gives the regulation that says that the town can require fees when utilities operate in the right-of-way of the town limits. And so you have all the cable companies pay franchise fees, Winsboro Water, Palmetto Utilities, Dominion Energy, they all are paying franchise fees, and that's what that's largely coming from.
Yes, sir. So,
But not the city of Columbia.
No, the city of Columbia does not have an agreement with the town currently. And we've looked into that.
Yeah,
That's
we're
a whole nother discussion, but,
yeah, we're looking into the franchise fees. Mr. McKendry, question?
No, that was my question.
Okay, sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
The other fees and taxes is, that's where we are putting some kind of planning, like plan review, that's where that's coming. So that will have an increase in what we've had in the past. And that was part of the budget amendment a few months ago. Insurance tax collection and broker's tax collection program is a big revenue source. That's essentially, again, a business license, but that is coming. The municipal association has agreements with these industries. They do the collection for all the municipalities across the state, and then it doesn't come in until June, so it's always hard to get an accurate estimate of that, but that has continued to increase, but that's what's reflected there is municipal association handles all that and then sends it to us in a few batches around June, July. And same thing with the telecom tax collection program. It's coming through the municipal association. Local option sales tax has continued to increase based on population. So you saw that big jump a few years ago with the 2020 census, but after that it's been pretty steady. And so we didn't really see enough of an increase to current budget year to increase it for next year. Sunday liquor licenses comes in sporadically. Aid to subdivisions. Not sure where that term comes from. It's been in the budget, but it is the local government fund that the General Assembly allocates to each of the municipalities, and it too is based on population. It is a set amount that they pass every year, and so the municipal association will put a document out that specifies exactly how much, and then that's paid to the town quarterly. So that's has increased a little bit each year. Yes. It's unrestricted general fund, so it doesn't have a specific use. And I think we probably need to name that something different. I think it's a relic of something in the past. It has nothing to do with residential subdivisions or anything like that. Right.
Within state, in their definition. So they're passing aid to a municipality or a town or city.
Correct.
Can we go back to, I'm going to go back.
Mhm.
And I apologize for pausing you for a second to ask this question, but do you guys feel, let's go back to the contractors at, Scout and, the constant in and out with those folks. Do we feel as though you guys are able to monitor that? And do you feel as though that is being conveyed to you guys, even though it may just be a short period of time for which they have, to be working?
We are hammering them on this all the time, but you're right. I mean, it takes vigilance and physical presence to go by there and get those, physically go there and say, okay, like for instance, they're getting trailers. They are giving us. We've been from the very beginning. We've been working with Thomas and Hutton, who was engineer. They have rounded up all the contractors. They've given us lists. Kirk, I'm kind of like, when someone they'll say, oh, well, we haven't gotten the final contract yet, and like, come back to them. And so we have running lists, or we are constantly hitting them up. But I say that, I understand that, there's opportunities for contractors to come in and out, and so it requires vigilance on that.
But that's just, do you feel as though that's going to be just a short run of the stick in the sense of like once the plant is up and going, then that piece for the next, now in 3 years or 4 years, because you're going to have all the other vendors potentially set up shop, whether or not that's inside or outside, they're going to be working inside Blythewood. So, is, and what I'm getting to is, do we need to have a discussion of how to help with that, to be sure that you guys do have the resources and the ability to do that, do that piece of it, because it's a lot. I'm sure it's a lot to take on.
I think, I don't know I don't think that we need anything in addition to what we have. It just needs to be a focus of effort. It just needs to be, and it is, but it needs to be a daily thing I take drives around there and see trucks and come back and talk to Sharon, like, they have a business license, and it goes all the way down to a food truck that shows up on site. Who's providing the porta johns on there? Every single entity is required to get a business license, and I'll be honest, they are pushing back on this, and so in fact, we have an inside town rate and an outside town rate, and contractors have asked, well, how do we get the inside rate? And if you open up a office in town and it meets the zoning requirements for you to occupy that space, then you can get an inside town rate. But there's concern about the business license, and it will continue.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the only reason why I wanted to back up, because it is such a big line item for us, given that, this is only one of just a couple of revenue line item streams that we have. So, I wanted to at least make sure I at least ask the question.
Yeah, well, you can see what we're generating currently, and you can probably go to our QuickBooks and tell that there's probably more has come in since end of March, but yeah, it is. Yeah, I think Kirk is well aware of the emphasis on it, and so we are. But it, gotta stay on those guys, and so and you know, it won't be just Scout. There's other construction going on as well. So.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Williamson?
Transportation network collections, that's a small amount. I'm not quite sure what that reflects, honestly. I can check on that. The park and amphitheater rentals has continued to increase. So we budgeted a little bit higher. And then the big thing I want to jump down to is the interest income, and that is from our funds, and then go to the fund balance and see so that I can that is all generated from, you know, the higher interest rate in the local government investment pool. So, you know, as soon as these permits were paid for by Scout, we were immediately putting it in there to benefit from that as well. So Julie's done a great job of keeping that operating amount in the First Citizens account, but everything else goes there so we can benefit to the maximum. And so, so that is also a focus, because I mean it's a significant amount. So that's great benefit, I think, and that we also have smaller accounts for hospitality tax that also generate some revenue. You'll see later in the budget. This is where we have put, or the reserve funds is where we have put in the revenue section, basically when we have decided to take money out of the fund balance. Go ahead. The percentage? It's like 5. You can look at the latest statement. It has gone, jumped up, you know, by tenths incrementally, but it was approaching 5%.
What you?
Well, you do need to speak on the mic, please.
No, so we'll explain that later in the budget about paying on property. And yes, so she's asking about where paying off the property, where's that's going to come from, and then
Gotcha.
we'll explain that. You'll get to that portion later on. Right now, what we want to do is just, and this is the painful process, it's just making sure you understand where it is, being transparent and asking the questions, what does this mean, and getting that. We'll get into the roots and the nuts and bolts of this while we sit here and eat lunch and those things into it. But I want to make sure it's not fair to the new, and forgive me, but it's not fair to the 2 newest members on council when 3 of the seasoned folks, we kind of understand this. So we'll stop. Councilman McKendrick is good about this too, is saying, hold on, explain this, because we all went through that portion at some point in time.
Mr. Williamson, on the, excuse me, the interest income, that is interest generated in LGIP, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, according to your documentation here, we got a little north of 7 million, right? Mm-hmm. All right. So if it's 5%, 5% of 7 million,
4.73 is the latest.
Oh, it's 0.73?
4.73.
Oh, okay. Let's just round it up to 5 to make it easy. About $350,000. When you made this estimate for $200,000, did you consider us going into a local rate, a falling rate environment, or Or did somebody from the treasurer's office give you this kind of amount, the ballpark, or you just?
Based on what we're getting currently, and that again, we could probably increase that some, but I think that I mean, my understanding is the rate is intended to go down some,
Yeah.
and if we take funds out to use, then that also reduces the amount. So, yeah, I mean, you could probably say that's.
No, I don't have a problem with that number.
Based on what we're getting now, but I don't know. Try to err on that side, but no, I did not get an opinion on that to give you an accurate estimate just based on current. And I think we did do that a month ago or so. So just seeing what it is now, it seems pretty low. So you got that 4.73 is where we are. That's the latest statement. So like reserve funds is where we have, once we kind of decide if we do want to take funds out of the fund balance, then it would be reflected in revenue as a transfer, and then you'd see it across into the other expenditure side of the budget.
So is that square with the two new members of council? Do you understand the revenue funds being on different financials show this a little bit different ways? How we do it is at the end of the process, when council says, here's how much money we want to spend, because of those unrestricted fund balances, we have, for lack of a better term, we have a bucket of money that town council can say, we're going to spend this, and it's outside the revenue generated on page 1. Well, when we do that, you've got to take those funds and you've got to put it in revenue to balance the budget, and that's where we do that. That's why you didn't see any in 2022. You see some in 2023. You see some in 2024, and so on and so forth. So that is a calculated number that comes from our unrestricted balance. That make sense? I just want to make sure everybody was knowing how we generate that number. So when we start talking about capital expense, and you realize without any transfer, this town's income for the coming budget year looks like it's going to be $3.7 million. But something tells me we're going to spend more than $3.7 million. So we'll go get it from unrestricted funds and we'll balance it here on the revenue or on the income page.
And just for another layer, I asked staff to, be very conservative moving forward with the budget, knowing that we have some capital expenses that we need to look at. We have things with the park, we're upgrading and updating things. So I asked that, we be as conservative as possible with it. And unfortunately, we may be at some point of a time, and we all talked about it, where we may have to say no right now. So just know that, and we're going to get into that. Those are more tougher budget discussions, but I want to make sure that we stay on track this morning because it is a little lengthy to go down the line items. Mr. Williamson, are you ready to continue?
Yes.
Or do you need a?
Are we good?
Okay. We'll break at 10:45 just for a quick, another 20 minutes or so, just for a quick restroom.
Okay. Grant revenue, we don't have any grant plans right now, but we do have these small grants from municipal associations. So you see that small amount. That's just for safety related for staff, public works. Okay, so just so y'all know, you see the line there for the ARP grant. So as y'all recall, the ARP, they had that rule that said you can, for municipalities that receive less than $10 million, then you can use it for administrative, basically general expenses. And so that council voted to do that, and so that's how we've been reporting it. So we have not, we didn't have other expenses associated with ARP, it just, the way we reported it is basically we gave them our operating budget. So anyway, so you'll see the revenue there, and we've received what we're going to receive, and the revenue is from previous years. That's what I'm showing. Let's see, state accommodations tax to the general fund is by statute a requirement that of the amount that we receive in revenue from the state accommodations tax. You see 25,000 plus a 5% after you take off the 25,000. That's what's comes to the general fund by statute. So that's what's reflected there. Then you get down. So a few years ago, we moved the Doco Manor into the general fund. So you see that now in the general fund. And like I read from Christie, basically keeping that revenue estimate the same, a slight increase because we are trying to increase the use of it. So that is all we have for revenue. Any additional questions? I think this will change when we start to discuss the capital. But all right. So moving to the next page is the general fund expenditures, and at the top is governing body. Mayor has requested a 30% increase of the council and mayor salaries. So we've incorporated that into the numbers you see.
Mr. Mayor, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so 20% was given in 2019, and we always give increases to staff. We can't put ourselves on that sliding increase, but if council wants that increase from 19 to now, and it's a very minute number, when I talk to several folks, just trying to keep up with where we're going. The burden is going to get very heavy on us as we continue to grow scouts here, just making sure that we're keeping in line with other municipalities of like size and growth. But that's just an option. Council can say no.
No, my question would be, Carol or somebody who's better versed on the municipal association than I am, but I believe if this council votes an increase, that it does not take effect until the next elected class, according to the municipal association. So that would not need to be put in this budget year. We can elect that, but that would be next budget year that you would put those funds in there, because it's not like if we pass this budget in 2 weeks, our paychecks go up.
You may be, I did not know that.
No.
And that's what Julie's been telling me, but I did not realize that was like by statute.
I've got the email. I'll send it to you. The municipal association. So certainly we can vote a raise, but we can't vote ourselves a raise. So it would not be that would be a $51,480 gain, because it would go in next year's budget, because there would be a class elected
Next year.
And those elected individuals, whether they're sitting here or not, would realize that, because it was after this body.
Well, that's what happened in 19.
No, not all.
That's what happened in 19.
I was saying,
Yeah, probably.
the whole 51,000.
No. That happened in 19 with that 20%.
And the people elected in 20.
You rolled in.
Correct. And then
They did it during this time and it rolled.
so I just don't think there's a budgetary. Certainly we can do it, but there wouldn't be a budgetary impact.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
No, it just don't go in effect until that next class.
Right, so in terms of budget, we would not be changing anything. Whether the council decides to vote on that or not is independent of this budget.
But
So,
we would have to act,
certainly.
and this would be
yeah.
the time to do it. Act
Yes.
that whether it's 20, 30, whatever you say brings us in line with other municipalities.
It just rolls
we're not
into
gonna
that
realize
next.
it.
No, we won't. It
Right.
rolls into that next class. That's why doing it now is not tomorrow. So go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
For folks out there, it's not like we voted on something and then in the morning we get it, no, it's not that. Staff gets their raises pretty much off of this
Won't be
July
this.
1. We won't.
It won't
That's
be an
what this
election
would
in
be.
November.
So when we get to the next portion and we see a COLA increase, that COLA increase is effective July 1. The increase on the governing body would be, what's it, like November? No, actually it won't be till,
It won't even be this fiscal year.
no, not this year. I'm talking about next year. It
It'll
won't
be
even
November
be till like
25.
December or January.
November of 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be January of 26.
Mm-hmm. So this is January 26.
And that would be Councilwoman Page and myself.
In that
These
26.
These two seats
Mhm.
in 26. But if, in light of Scout, in light of workload, in light of population, budget size, those were the things I looked at on that municipal salary survey. Absolutely, because if we don't do it now, then we're
Then you-
compounding the problem moving forward. And then a council's going to sit here and say, oh, we need to raise council salaries by 70%.
75%.
So I 100% agree, get behind it and push the cart and let's figure it out. But it's going to be a $51,000 savings in what we were projecting this year.
Mhm.
No,
But it won't
that is
be.
incorrect.
Yeah, that's
It'd
not
just be
right.
the difference.
It'd be the difference. Yeah, that's what I was just asking.
There is-
It wouldn't be a 51, the whole game.
It would just
It's-
go down to
it's
39.6 or whatever that
Be
difference
exactly the
is.
same as current year.
Correct,
wouldn't be
correct,
the whole
correct,
thing.
correct, 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 correct.
12 grand.
12 grand, right.
You good, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
All right.
Let's see. We got in here some. This is how our Andrew gets paid out of this fund, and we always are making improvements. Any major increase that we make for improvements to AV, beyond just kind of purchasing equipment, it will be more of a capital item for the manor. And then other expenses in travel and training, a large bulk of this, it will go to the Municipal Association annual meeting, which I hope y'all all plan to attend, but also includes other travel that council may involve in the past. There was interest in attending a National League of Cities conference. So that I've got stayed in the budget in case that is of interest. A new item, steadily working on trying to get squared away, is to provide cell phones for town council. And Mayor, you've been interested in having something on the phone that allows access remote, and so that's being worked on, but that's in the budget to purchase those phones. So, and that reflects the cell phone bill, the $5,000, because with the government rate we can get the phones for free, but pay the Verizon cost per month. Municipal memberships, pretty much the same. It includes the municipal association as well as the towns. The small amount that the Greater Blythewood Chamber of Commerce has that's specifically for dues.
Did the chamber raise their dues?
Well, the majority of that amount comes out of the Community Impact Fund. I don't know if did they raise their dues?
I thought it was $180 last year.
No, this is exactly the same as last year,
okay.
because this is how we carved it out when we had that, Community Impact Fund. And so the majority of that the difference between $26,000 and $270 is in the Community Impact Fund. But when we asked the chamber how to break out what was actually determined to be dues, this is what the value they gave us. Small amount in there for election expenses if there were to be a special election. And let's see, any questions on governing body? Moving down to administration, which is just the employees primarily that are in town hall. Yeah, Kirk is on a separate, but everyone else.
So question there, Mr. Mayor or Carol, whomever.
Yes, sir.
So there's a roughly $50,000 increase there, and that would be, I'm assuming, for the new hires as well as whatever the 3.2 cost of living on the 444,979 is.
Correct.
So do we know what that number is? Understand my question?
Which number increase?
What are we putting in there for new employees? All right, I can get to
Yes,
that.
sir. I got you. So we're, so I'm looking at for the summer, creating intern programs for some of the local students here in our high schools. This will give the opportunity of those students to work on a part-time basis for the town in various positions of their interest. So they would apply to those jobs online at a $15 rate per hour. So if someone's interested in finance, they could apply to, the finance side of the town of Blythewood, work with Miss Julie on a part-time basis through the summer. So, and then if there's some students interested in landscape maintenance or park, we're creating these jobs based off of the jobs that we have internal for those positions. So that's one. Looking at hiring a annexation and economic development person that could deal with both annexation and econ. And then, go ahead, sir.
I just want to say, on this specific, in the administration department, essentially, what's reflected there is town administrator, assistant town administrator, clerk, office manager, and marketing. And then, so that's current, and the addition we're adding, and this is, we have in the current budget too, but we just have not acted on it, was having a part-time administrative assistant up at the front, which the town has had in the past, and that was expressed by council to have that. And then also an HR and assistant finance person to be a backup for Julie.
Those two are already,
They are already in there
They're
now
already in there.
currently, but
so
they're
the
still
only add is
new.
the 3 part-time interns.
Correct.
All right, so
And those are at $15 an hour at,
They're $2,400, we're figuring.
I can't remember the number of hours we have. Okay.
It was like
part-time.
20 hours
20
a
hours
week
a week.
Mhm. that we,
And it was summer too, so.
yep.
Okay,
July.
that's in a separate
That's in a
section.
separate
I'll
one.
get
I
to
just
that.
kinda
That's why I wanted
gave
to kind of clarify that we are talking about that, but not in this specific line item.
Yes, sir.
So,
all right, Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
Carol, or whoever is best at answering this. If you take the 444,979 and you multiply it by the cost of living increase of 3.2%, we're roughly giving cost of living increases of 14,239. A couple of those are on positions that aren't filled, so we haven't even paid those salaries, but I'm using the budget dollar. So then you add that, subtract that from the increase, and we have $31,198 in this line item, over and above a 3.2% increase on the current budget. So that would be roughly $10,000 a part-time intern. Is that in line with what this council is after? And tell me if I'm getting to my number wrong.
That's what I mean.
4 is last year.
Is our current. That's correct.
Right, so it's basically adding 3.2% plus 3 interns.
That's correct.
And the 3 interns are not part of the.
Three
so those-
interns aren't part of it.
Yeah,
So
so,
you back that out.
right,
You take the 459 away from the 490, and it leaves you $31,198, which we have available to spend on part-time somebody or full-time somebody.
Didn't you say there was a part-time finance HR person? Is that factored into this?
it is,
It's factored into the 449 or the 490?
both.
It's factored into the 444 because we didn't hire the part-time administrative assistant, but the money's there.
Yeah.
Nor did we hire
So-
the part-time HR.
Nope, it's still there.
Okay.
It's 31,198 that we've increased that outside the cost of living increase.
So we're adding $14,000 to, we're adding the $14,000 to the 444. So let's just say the 445, we're adding the 3.2.
Which is $14,239.
Right. And so we're, the $30,000 difference, that's the interns and what, just wiggle
Part-time
room?
receptionist.
Okay,
Part-time
part-time
receptionist.
receptionist, that's what it is.
No?
That
No.
wouldn't be,
No.
yeah, that wouldn't be enough.
Because she's in the 444. She's just not hired. That's why we've only spent 239 of the 444.
Okay, the 491 includes the line below it. The 3% merit is also
That makes
part
sense.
of that. Yeah, because see how that, I'm pretty sure, isn't there? Or no? Because you show 3% merit, having 491. It is, that might need to be,
That might be my intern.
So that'd be the 3 interns plus the
yeah,
assistant?
I was looking at the way it was calculated. You calculated 491, 667.
Are already in the
That's what
But
they
that,
increased.
I know.
My intern's not there yet.
Mhm.
That's already
My
allocated
intern's not
here. But we just
We should
never,
take
we
that
never
and
hired this
add-
position. But
Correct.
we're adding the 3 interns.
Is the only thing we're doing on that line. On line one,
Okay, so then you add,
Plus this one.
I'm saying
Let's-
that.
$1,000.
I'm
Let me,
saying 8,400 is
can we
not.
come
the
back?
first
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can we
let's-
come back again?
I don't want to get totally hung up on $31,000, but that's where we're going to be paying somebody new.
Well, yeah, so I guess the basis for the paying is, that needs to be corrected or looked at, to better reflect, make sure we're doing that, but,
This is where I got, this is my number plus the 3 interns is 494,160.
okay.
But they need to see this.
Yeah, now we can provide you, that might be
So
helpful.
here's what I'm going to try to avoid. I'm trying to avoid that we say, okay, we're going to go hire the administrative assistant, which was budgeted for in this current budget year.
Correct.
So Julie, you could hire them tomorrow, or somebody could hire them tomorrow. And we're going to hire the HR, which is already in there, we just haven't hired them. Oh, and now we're calling for the new positions, let's go hire them. And then all of a sudden, there is or isn't money to do that. So corral those.
Is the HR part-time?
Yes. HR is a full-time position that we currently don't have.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
We need to.
Yeah, let's
break it down
yeah.
for you better and make sure that it's, yeah. So,
Make sure it's enough, because if you hire the HR
Right.
full-time, you're not gonna have enough for your interns.
yeah, I don't wanna, let me get back to you on that and make sure we're getting that accurate, capturing everything. It wasn't intended to be one or the other.
Let's get through this sheet, Mr. Williamson, to the end of the administration,
Okay.
and then we'll break.
All right, sir. Okay, a big thing that council needs to know is that by mandate, essentially, our health insurance for the town increases 11.8%. So that is going to be reflected across the entire budget with all the personnel that gets health insurance, including governing body. But, they have increased that a lot recently.
Which
but
is still
it's-
less than the private sector, for sure.
Yeah, but I know that this is employer.
Employer.
Yeah, and so, and just so y'all know, we are not increasing premiums on employees at all.
I just got the load factor
Okay.
in March 31st, well, after that, and
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna go up for employees like 0.005%. It's not much. I just got it.
So is that a state-driven number?
No, we've been having a load factor of 0, so we go in with the PIVA premiums. And now, I guess with claims or something going on, or rates going up, the employee rate's gonna increase like 0.005,
Which is still
minimal.
phenomenal considering.
And I just got that before.
And that's in medical and dental, just
No, it's health. So it's January.
just health. Okay, it starts January 1st.
25.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that back. See, just say on to retirement, there was increases in the employee expenditures for retirement in the past several years, kind of as a catch up, and that has stopped. Capped that increase. Let's see. With more employees, we add more. We try to really emphasize providing a lot of training opportunities for employees, and that's reflected there. Let me look at my whole highlight sheet. One thing the mayor requested was public safety grants, which is reflected in public safety grants 1041 2250 $20,000. So that is would be $10,000 to our local sheriff's department and $10,000 to the local Columbia Fire EMT for their needs. But Mayor, you can
Yes, sir.
elaborate on that.
Yep. So I'll elaborate a little bit on that. In the past, we've given so much money to various different organizations, but we pray for these individuals, but we have, and we know if we dial 911 for help, they're coming. So, I encourage each and every one of you, take a trip over to Station 26 and walk inside, look around, meet the men and women that are here and ready to respond. I went through several different things with the department, looked at, how can we say thank you? $10,000, definitely will help them buy, replace furnitures inside the station. When you go in there, you'll see some furniture that, you may see in the, they need to replace. They can use that money for that replacement of furniture, kitchen appliances, utensils, new grill, things like that. What I didn't want to get into is buying equipment because the way Columbia buys equipment for the department is centralized to logistics downtown. So if you buy a piece of 100-foot of hose, that 100-foot of hose could go somewhere else in the county. I want to make sure that it stays here in Blythewood and benefits those folks that stay ready for us. And the same with the sheriff's department over there in the station. Let's take care of our men and women. So I think that's the least we can do, is saying thank you to them. Any questions on that? 26, yes, sir. Yes. And EMS is also housed at 26, so EMS also reaps those benefits of having furnishing and use of the appliances over there.
Let's see. All right, so the big one to discuss is Community Impact Fund, and then kind of coupled with that is a new line item called Patriotic Community Events. So I'll start with that one first because specify where we got that funding.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, what did you call it? Patriotic community events?
10/41/2376.
Oh, well, you just skipped over 10/41/2251. Yeah, I want to have some discussion about these two new line items.
251. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't highlight that because so this is the mayor requested to have this in here as a line item for funding dedicated to be used for matching funds with grants. So when they call for a town to provide matching funds, that's what that is set aside for, but it doesn't have a specific.
Well, you say
Yes.
when they call for matching
grant.
funds. Who?
Grant door.
Yeah, so if we're applying for.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So if we're applying for a grant and it's matching funds, what I don't want to do is I want to give staff that leeway to go ahead and match
Okay.
those that if it's a.
That is not how I interpreted that.
This would be if we've applied for a grant.
Yes,
Yes.
that is
And
not
then
how I
we're
interpreted
gonna
that.
get it,
I
we're
thought the
gonna
town
match
was giving out
There
money.
you go.
As
No.
far as grant.
Sorry.
Well, the
No,
one
no.
above it is the
Right,
town.
right,
The
right.
town, that is us giving a grant.
Yeah,
The
sorry.
one above it,
So-
this one is, go ahead. This
No,
one
I
is
would-
if
That's-
you follow what I'm saying, if our marketing, excuse me, but if our new marketing young lady finds a grant that, I'm just throwing something out, like, Fun Day in the Park grant to provide a day of education on, trees and things to plant for use of blah, blah, blah. That if it's a $10,000 grant and we have to match it with 5,000, we don't hold that process up. It just keeps going, and then we'll receive that report that we received a $10,000 grant, but that 5,000 came out of that 100.
Yeah, I would, only because the public safety grants, that's money we're giving away,
Mhm.
$10,000 checks, and receiving nothing back, although I think that, to your point, Mr. Mayor, is probably money well spent. The town matching grants, we would be paying in order to get a matching grant
There you go.
back. Probably move these and reflect them in a more appropriate space in the budget. But yeah, I'm with you.
Well, number one, you could use SAT funds
Okay.
for public safety grants. That's clear in statute. So I would absolutely take it out of our general and put it in more restrictive dollars if we can do that.
That's what I mean. We can
Yes.
find a better niche for both.
Absolutely. Well, number two, the town matching grants, that is, again, I couldn't understand how we were giving away 100,000, but we're not.
No, we're not. That money could stay there and roll over, and we could reallocate that next year and do some things, but
No,
I just
I-
don't want to hold up.
I understand the spirit, and I think the spirit is good. And I think
Yeah,
that
that's
would
gonna
probably
move.
have to stay under general fund dollars, just because you don't want to be
Where
restricted.
would you put it, Brock? Where would you put it?
I wouldn't move, I would change the name.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you wouldn't have to if you moved it and you put it under, where you
He was
said?
saying that
I'm not
he was-
talking,
he was talking about
which
the
one are you
public
talking
safety
about?
No,
grants being
public safety
SAT.
grants going under SAT.
SAT.
Public safety,
Public
because
safety.
you're allowed to put that under, it's clear in statute
Okay,
that that's an
then I'm good
allowable
now.
expense for SAT.
But also, the thing I would want to mention is in this budget, if we would change, if we spend $100,000 here, we're changing our revenue by $100,000.
At a minimum.
On line 3950-010 grant revenue,
Mm-hmm.
that would be $100,000 because we
Well-
would have spent 100 to get 100.
Well, yeah, at a minimum, it could be 2 to
At a
1.
minimum, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I just want to say that
So you're
that's
moving
not
it.
spending $100,000.
Right.
Not getting any revenue. There would be a
Right.
matching entry on the revenue side under grant.
And as we go through this budget, one thing that this council needs to keep in mind is that if we pay off the McLean property, which is a proposed, or at least it's up for discussion, that changes the entire dynamic of state, local, and hospitality receipts.
Available
And,
dollars.
absolutely available. that frees up a tremendous amount of funds.
Well, and
So,
to Councilman Brock's point, I appreciated the, Mayor, I guess this was generated by the mayor or the mayor's office, and Carol put it in this form and gave it to us to look at prior to being here today. And Brock, to your point, if that's a move of this council, and if that is freed up, I hope the people watching, if you're watching on it after being recorded or if we're live now, that was the plan.
Yeah.
That was, we're not doing any, there's no trickery here, there's no shell game here. It was the plan that when Scout was up and running and we realized revenue and we were able to make financial decisions, the goal was to free up money that we can improve what we own, we can continue to buy, and we can continue at whatever level this council sees fit to support
That's
community
gonna be a
events
split fund.
at different
It's
levels.
gonna be split.
Well,
between
also, Councilman
hospitality.
Kennedy, to your point, according to this amortization schedule, which I don't know, I don't know what our remaining balance is, but I assume it's the correct one on that sheet, a little north of, it's less than 2, but
It
more
is,
than
that's-
1.5.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
All right, we're paying 6.5.
We are.
We're only getting 4.73, I remembered, from LGIP.
Yep.
So at a minimum, we save nearly 2%. That is a good business move,
Any day.
without question. Whether or not that was the plan, it's
Well-
still a good business move.
Well-
It saves the taxpayers money
Pay it off.
moving
Well-
forward.
Would come out of unrestricted.
So the original plan and I didn't go through it and now if you look at the other sheet, excuse me, the other sheet that's labeled FY 24-5 budget worksheet looks like
The memo?
the memo. If you look through the memo, it's a lot of the explanations of what my office put into this moving forward. And I did emphasize that we need to go ahead and pay off this land. That's one thing that we need to do because that is a smart business move. That allows us to do a lot more things that we don't have time to talk about up here today. But we can go ahead and move on some of these things from the Park Foundation, and we actually own the property. So
6.5, and it's a
We're earning 4.
4.7.
Yep.
It's gonna be the number of the day.
4.73.
4.7.
Well, also, as we've discussed, and I think it's pretty clear, we are moving into a falling rate environment. So the earnings in the LGIP will probably decrease over time, whereas there's a floor, if I'm not mistaken, on this. And
There
I
is
think
a
it
floor
is.
on that. And within this budget year, I mean, I think we would be hard pressed to say, next year we would be sitting here saying we're earning 4.73.
No,
I
it'll
just
be
don't
less.
think that's going to be
Be
the
less.
case.
It'll be less.
All right,
So-
so are we,
and-
Ms. Page?
So because it's been brought up 2 times so far with regards to, we have excess funds. So are we able, this is me being a newcomer, are we able to look at some short-term certificates of deposits that are returning a high yield right now to make up for maybe future, rates on the savings side
The
of depositories?
advantage of the LGIP is that our access to capital is it's not locked up, it's instantaneous. So if you moved into some sort of certificate of deposit, you're locked in. for
Not
some
all
period
of it, though. Like, not saying to take all of the funds that are available, but a portion of it to maximize any opportunities that we can to grow the funds without, tying us up. So it's just a thought because it's just been talked about 2 times so far. So I wanted to go ahead and put it on the table.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
can we
yes, sir.
take that 5-minute break?
Yeah, I was finna, all right, hold on, let me find out is everyone good with page 3?
Well, it rolls over to page 4.
Well, I know, I wanted to get to the end of this, but if everybody's good with page 3, with understanding line item 250 and 251,
My
and.
question, my
Yes, sir.
last question there, Mr. Mayor, that page was advertising and marketing. Looks like we went from 5,000 to 13,000, and is that manor-based?
No, that is our new marketing manager. A lot of
Yes.
the marketing equipment, we have tried our best to spend. That was kind of her initial budget
Yeah.
of kind of giving some things like an iPhone dedicated for her for video, microphone, all those accessories, and various other things. But we have been trying to spend some of that this fiscal year. But
So
that 13,000 is kind of her initial budget.
So-
we can
so
probably
here-
reduce that sum based on what's been spent.
And spend what's budgeted for this year.
Correct. That's
We
our
anticipate
intent, is
that.
to spend that
So-
as much as possible.
No, go ahead, Finn.
Yeah, that was my whole
Yeah.
point. I kind of figured it was manor or related, but if it's not, then we can certainly, before the end of June, spend the
Correct.
5 and
Yes.
maybe reduce the
Yeah,
5.
and we are just ordered.
Perfect. That was it.
Yeah.
That was my
So
last
yeah,
question.
we're working on that.
So one thing too, just to keep in mind about that line item, I have encouraged her to, whenever we invest money, seed money to events in town, that we, the town of Blythewood, need to have a presence at that event. Real Fest was one of those where we talked about, said we need a table. We should have a booth there handing out town information. If we all should show up, we do participate, meet, greet the public. So I encouraged her to buy the things that she really need to promote the town at these events. We have some nice tablecloths, backdrop, whatever she need, cameras. Let's make sure that we are out there promoting the town at any chance we get.
And then we'll hit the on the next page, the patriotic events, that stuff.
Yes, I wanted to make sure we were good with this, and then we good, ma'am, Ms. Page.
Because you brought it up with regards to the events where the town has or needs representation, I would like to see a better communication with regards to what is up and coming, whether or not that is a separate internal calendar instead of just emails that is accessible by staff as well as council, and whether or not it needs to be separate than your one that's published publicly.
So,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. So we do have, and we'll start rolling some of that out next week. But we do have the technology to inform all of us of certain things, what's going on. So that was one of seeing how we used to do it and how we really need to do it now, just fast track it so you know what's coming up. So we have the capabilities now. We won't get into the discussion here, but my week next week, I'll be in the office Monday through Friday, in case anyone want to come and meet with me or you guys. But I'll be working on that product with Mr. Steins. We'll be going over some of that and actually testing that to make sure that you all could get it. So you'll get some test messages and things like that. So let us know when you receive that. But that's part of that, to make sure that we know what's going on, make sure council members know what's going on as far as events.
Mr. Williamson, we also have on our website, we still have a calendar of events, correct? And we still send out a newsletter either weekly or monthly that also, to whoever's subscribed, that also promotes and advertises the upcoming events.
And we're
Yeah,
about
and
to
Facebook.
do this text message.
Well, that's what I was talking about, was that.
Yeah, the new
Yep.
service that's coming on.
So there's a
So-
lot of different avenues, and Miss Jordan has been very good at cleaning it up. She's been cleaning up the website, making it more user-friendly. So there's some things that she's doing to catch up, and she's working very fast on that. So just stay tuned, and I do have meeting times with her to see where we at, what she needs. But not to hold up this process. If everyone's good with number 3, page 3, then we can take a short break. With you, 5 minutes. Good. All right. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. thank you all for being patient with us for a quick break here. Just a reminder to council, we're going to try to break for lunch at 12:30, so this gives us a good hour to get through this sheet, and then we can continue on with this process. Let me double check one thing. But we do need to make sure that, I want you to understand the budget, but if there's gonna be some things, let's make sure we get with staff this week to clear those up. I will be available all week to you as well, so we'll get a general understanding, but some of this, the in-depth numbers and different percentages, I don't want to take up too much time through the evening portion after lunch. But I do want to spend some time on the penny tax priorities. And Councilman McKendrick will talk about that, where they are. I don't want us to miss moving pieces on infrastructure. I'm sure it took all of us probably an extended amount of time to get through Blythewood this morning to the meeting. So definitely want to talk about infrastructure this evening. And then we do have an executive session item that is just as equally important on the next phase of the town of Blythewood. So without further ado, Mr. Williamson, can we continue on page 4? And let's jump. I'm going to try to help navigate this a little bit on this part. If I'm missing something and you guys want an explanation on something, please stop me. But we're going to walk over some of these items like utilities. We all know we got to pay electric, water, and sewer and things like that. But let's jump right into line item 375, Community Impact Fund. And Mr. Wilson, can you give a little bit of history of the Community Impact Fund? Because it started really as
Well, outside agency is the way it was written when I first got here, and so that was several expenditures to community organizations, and then as we worked more on the HTAX policy, and those were other organizations that were receiving funds that were based on events, and then there was concern about whether those were really tourism events or community events. And so in this most current budget, we have a lot of the funds. We were in this current budget spending it on some of these outside agencies. And for those councilwomen who are new, it's not shown here what we're currently spending. So I didn't include, that was sort of an extra little set of lines below this administration section, but it went to senior resources and the Blythewood Soccer Club and Christian Assistance Bridge and several community organizations. And so we've taken all of that out on this particular budget, but that's where it was in this current Community Impact Fund. And so what you'll see in that chart on page 4 is now essentially the new Community Impact Fund that just shows movies in the park, farmers market, Christmas parade, Big Grab, a Juneteenth celebration, and then also the Blythewood Historical Society and Museum is that BHS&M, and then the remainder of our amount that we pay the Greater Blythewood Chamber of Commerce. So that's what we have budgeted for this fiscal year.
all right, so do you have we don't.
I'm not hooked up to the thing right now. So I can send it to you.
Yeah, are you talking
right
about
I can read it off to you.
You talking about the old sheet like that?
Basically current budget.
Who's?
Yes.
So, hold on, let's do this, because this one is where it really gets to the meat of the conversation. Can we, while we move forward, we're gonna come back to this, because this is the part, I know where you're going, Councilman McKendrick, and I like it, it needs to be explained. Can we get this set up where it can be shown on the screen? While we move on, maybe Mr. Steins can work on getting that on the screen, that sheet, and we can move forward with the budget,
Yeah.
and then we can come back and show that so
Sure.
the public can see it. Works for you, sir? Okay. Okay. So let's put a pin there. We're gonna park and come back to both the line item 375 and 376, because they're gonna kind of go together there.
Okay. You
Um,
want to come back to that?
yes, sir. Yeah, we'll let this get set up. We can move forward.
Okay.
All right.
And,
So page 5. Any questions on page 4 minus those two? Okay.
Just the, do we have particular Carol or Julie on the
that's
Oh,
right.
oh, yes. So, while we're doing that, so yes, the increase there, is that health and wellness is very important, and, you know, we have a staff that's ranging different ages, and, you know, I'm gonna do our best to take care of our family. They're our front line, so, offering, I know back in the day for me, Councilman Brock brought up something about gym memberships, and I didn't have a conversation with him to see if this was still something current, but I do think we need to invest in our workforce, and that's, you know, allowing them to be able to go to the gym anytime. Fitness is here in town, so, you know, we want to patronize our local business, but, you know, cover that cost for them to the gym. Encourage that moment of health and fitness. They don't have to become a bodybuilder, but keep themselves in motion. And that 500 also would help for other related expenses if they wanted to sign up for a class or two at the gym, or they wanted a pair of tennis shoes at $50 worth left out of that. They could certainly do that. Now, we talked about it internally, that they would have to show the receipts, and it would have to be geared towards that, so they wouldn't get just a $500 check. They could show the receipts for the gym. They could pay their fee up for a year, or pay about a month, and receive that back up until $500. At the same token, if they chose to take that $500 and pay, daycare is high, and take that $500 and pay 2 weeks of daycare. I'm just throwing that out there because I think daycare probably $250 or greater a week. But this could cover it 2 weeks of daycare if they chose to use that towards that. And they would also have to show the receipts for that. Full time, yes. Yes, no. So my son is not going to get $500 of childcare. Yeah, well, that too, because he's in karate right now. Yeah. I mean, and they may not. So, you know, if they choose not to, that's certainly up to them, but we want to make sure that they have that opportunity. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there's a potential room for growth there, and definitely, you know, as we promote the town, you know, we definitely will promote health and wellness, that we're actively participating in it. I know staff does take strolls and walk through the park throughout the day on their break, so, you know, we want to keep on encouraging that.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this is a good initiative. I clearly believe that it encourages people to be more active in a society that has become quite sedentary. You mentioned that you want to have, if staff members elect to use it for a gym membership, to patronize the local gym establishment. As much as I want to agree with that statement, I have to say that forcing people into one particular location when they may not live here probably just doesn't make sense. If you restricted the funds for a gym membership, you'd also, in my opinion, have to somewhat restrict the funds for childcare. You'd say you have to use a childcare provider that's in town. Well, I mean, I can think of one individual in town hall that has children that are of childcare age, and they probably don't have them here. So if we're going to encourage people to exercise and go out, I don't think we can place restrictions on where they can spend those dollars. I think it just either it meets the criteria or it doesn't.
Yeah, and I just use that as an example. I know we like to,
I mean, I like the idea
oftentimes
to
say,
frequent
we want to patronize local
business, yes.
business, but we do understand that we have a limited stock. I mean, my personal membership is at the Y. That's just right down the road. So we're going to have people using the Y. We're going to have people using Anytime. What's the other one? Planet Fitness. The object, Move. So the object of it is just wellness. We know that, individuals that don't live in the town may be using daycares over in Forest Acres. So we just want to see the receipts. I'm not, going to restrict it or recommending us to restrict it that way. As long as the receipts are in, I trust Miss Julie and finance that she the one helped clear the air for me. So put that out there, making sure that the receipts are in, and she's going to do that. Make sure that those receipts match. Any other questions on that? All right, then we can go back to that line item, to 375.
So, Council, if you look on the screen, you can see this is the current budget year, and this is reflecting what historically the town has supported as far as outside agency requests. See that?
So this is under our current budget that we're operating until the 30th of June. As you can see, roughly the total cost is about 118. You look back at this sheet, total cost is like 250. If we include the chamber in it, it comes out to 8980. But that gives you, in the back history of it, the YMCA as far as community partners, the Christian Assistance Bridge, transitions. When I first came on council, the list was much smaller than this, but those agencies that really serve the people, whether providing meals or providing some type of financial assistance, the town was very generous in making a donation to them in honor of the town. Since then, that it grew a little bit, and other things were parked into those funds. And I know that we all have really had reservations, whether to, put everything there. I think under the last administration, things that didn't fit the HTAX process was kind of pushed into what was called the Community Impact Fund at that time. So the name changed, the definition changed. I personally, and I'll speak for right now, personally, I wasn't comfortable with really pushing the Community Impact Fund in this administration right now, because there is no true definition of the Community Impact Fund. We could look at Richland County, their definition, City of Columbia. We could look at other municipalities, but we really didn't have that guidance. We just knew that if it didn't fit and you wanted to fund this, just put it over there and you could use general fund dollars to do that. That's going to be the bulk probably of the budget conversation that we will have is these events. And we do have a spreadsheet, and that's from this year that have applied for the HTAC. So we'll look at that in a moment. So when you look at that sheet and look back at this sheet, is some big differences there. The only thing I would say is there are certain events here, and we tried to group these events in various different categories. Cultural, if I remember correct, we tried to group them into cultural type events and military form of events. The next line item is, grouping of those such events is like Range for Hope, anything that's dealing with military, first responder events that we have traditionally sponsored in the past with a cap. I think my cap was 40,000. That was kind of recommended in that next line item for military type events. Because at some point we will have to say no as we look at prioritizing our projects. Other events like Juneteenth, movies in the park, recommended moving those to the same pool that we do like 4th of July. Juneteenth and 4th of July celebrated on different days, but still have similar meaning to it. So giving respect to both of those holidays that, they're treated as the same, funded as the same, and definitely organized internally as a town to lead those different celebrations. So, Mr. Williamson, do you want to go through the spread? We're definitely going to have questions out of this. And I think the rest of the budget is probably, self-explanatory, but we're going to definitely go through it. But let's spend some time on this because this is really in pass where the rubber meets the road.
So you want to talk about the current?
Yes.
I mean, the proposed draft budget for Community Impact Fund.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'll just leave that up there that's our current budget. So for the FY25 budget, if you look at that spreadsheet at the bottom of administration on page 4, it's much pared down compared to the previous year. So you have movies in the park, farmers market, Christmas parade, Big Grab, Juneteenth, and the Blythewood Historical Society Museum. Those are the big kind of town events, non-patriotic town events, because the patriotic events are the Purple Heart, Veterans Day, and also the golf, Fairway to Freedom and Range for Hope, and Big Red Barn. Yeah, thank you. So just shifted some of that from this Community Impact Fund and into that new line item. But then for the Community Impact Fund, we're no longer allocating funds to several of the organizations that we did in the past in an effort to focus our expenditures on the town's property.
All right, so council, floor is yours. I know this is a big discussion item.
Mr.
And
Mayor.
I yield to Mayor Pro Tem Brock.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, in looking at, I'm just going to abbreviate it and do line 375. Movies in the park, farmers market, Christmas parade, Big Grab, Juneteenth. I almost said June 16th. One could argue that those are tourism generating events and could be classified under hospitality taxes. Would you agree?
That's what we said they were not last year, that they really did not prove to be HTAX qualifying events. So all these were in the general fund last year for this reason.
What comprises
No,
the,
they were.
Hmm?
They were in the general fund
Okay.
current year. Okay.
okay, what comprises the 15,250 of the Historical Society? Is that the part-time
There-
employee?
No, that is the Black History Month, Women's History, the third grade event after the parade. I think they,
No, it shouldn't be because Veteran Day is on 3/7/6.
right. I believe they may have submitted, did they submit applications for that this year? But it was based on the applications. If it's not from this current year, it's how much we allocated. Well, you can look at and see how much we did last year.
I don't have that in front of me.
That's right.
Oh, it's right behind me? Let's see. That's 11,
History, Veterans
11.5.
Day, third grade.
Where's the other 4? I'm coming up short.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll figure out exactly where that number came from.
Oh, their Christmas, they do a Christmas parade.
Yeah, the third grade. Oh, it's okay.
Christmas. They do a Christmas
11.5. So 3750 is unaccounted for. As one might expect, as I had heartburn with this last year, I cannot understand why we are an industry sponsor for the chamber. I look on their website. At the bottom, it lists 3 industry partners: Lexington Medical, Prisma, and the town of Blythewood. I would wager that the revenue for Lexington Medical and Prisma is over $100 million each. Our revenues are $3 million. This just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense to be spending $5,700. We should just have just the regular standard membership of $270.
Those of y'all getting into the breakfast.
I don't attend.
Well, all 5 of you can. The breakfast, the gala they do in February, it's after hours if they ever get back with that. It's everything for y'all to attend.
Not enough. And on 376, this is probably not going to garner some positive praise, but $5,000 for Range for Hope and $5,000 for Fairways to Freedom, those are pay-to-play events. Does anybody attend those events if they're not participating in the golf tournament? That's my question. It's a feel-good. I think that the mission is great, but this goes back to similar issues that we've had in the past of, I don't want to say writing checks to friends, but I just question those two. You know, they're called patriotic community events. It's not exactly a public event. Purple Heart, yep. Veterans Day, yep. Big Red Barn, Range for Hope and Fairways to Freedom, great events. I'm not knocking the event. But it's not a public event. It's like the Rotary Run or the rodeo tonight. You can't participate unless you pay. And I've put this question out there for the last several years. I can't get behind that. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer dollars.
And Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
My question would be, have we even begun to reach out to that list of people, whether it be CAB or YMCA, Big Red Bar, Camp Discoveries. Let them know that we're eliminating money from the budget that they, and we've also heard the argument that they may be depending on to write their budget.
Mm-hmm. So to answer to your first question is no, there has been no reach out, and that's been on purposely done because this is, number one, not set in stone. Number two, historically, I am not against supporting organizations like the CAB. Not to go through that, my record speaks for itself. Have never spoke against supporting them. I left this voided on purpose to not steer council in the direction that the mayor wants to go in, but to leave this as fluid as possible to see where council wants to go in. But make sure that we understand that, we're at a point where we talked about these points where we may have to say no to something because we need to take care of some other things. I definitely don't want us to spend near what we were spending probably my second year on council. But I want us to actually go through this. So when we look at these lists, I'm one of these folks where I really wanted to say, we have $100,000 allocated to this. And, if we get 20 people, request some type of funds, do we award those 20 by dividing the 100,000 by 20 and cut the check? Because essentially these are, donated dollars. And their budgets do depend on some reoccurring, but the next meeting, depending on how council lines this up, I'm going to reach out to those organizations as I have in the past and ask them to come in and do presentations to us. I think that's important because number one, we need to understand the organization. And then number two, we need to understand how our money is spent within their organization. So the floor is open for discussion on, who, what, and to Councilman Brock's point, if these events doesn't generate tourists or is not truly open, then those are questions that we have to get answered from the organizer. I will share with you guys, there are some that did request meetings with me in the past. My travels like 2 months. So I would come back in on Saturdays and exclusively meet with some of these community partners at Town Hall just to hear, what their plans are for the year, but also encourage them to, understand where we are headed. We want to be supportive, but, at some of these historic levels, we were doing $25,000, $30,000. We can't set ourselves up for that. That's why you see smaller numbers like 5,000. And to Range for Hope, Fairways to Freedom, that organizer and that board actually met with me. And I asked them exclusively because Councilman Brock communicated it to me on several conversations about it in the past and recently, that it's not open to the public. So what they're planning to do is make sure that they advertise it as such as open to the public, because in their opinion, it was always open to the public in tournament play. But their main driving focus was raising awareness and raising actual dollars to support those individuals with disabilities, to get them out enjoying life again. And it is a remarkable thing when you do see some of those individuals, amputees that are playing golf, and some of the things and resources they bring. So they do understand that, our piece of, is the town invited to these events. So you're going to see more push for actual public spectators, like, some of the traditional golf tournaments. But this is open, so
Do we, just a question, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know who you've met with, who you haven't, but I mean, I would share Councilman Brock's concern on Fairway for Hope, Fairways to Freedom, because there are only so many slots for people to play golf. Once that golf tournament starts, you can have a full field of golfers, but that doesn't benefit the Blythewood public. It's a great, I told him while he was here speaking to us, it's a great cause, great event. So I would have questions on those. And then the movies in the park going from 4,000 to 15,000 in the proposed budget. Juneteenth going from 7,500 to 25,000. And then the elimination of already greatly curtailed from where this council started 2-3 years ago. And 2 or 3 years ago, we were supporting several events in this town at $25,000 an event. I don't think, Carol, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we wrote a $25,000 check to any single event last year.
No, it was all, it's capped at the 7,500.
Capped at 7,500, which we worked hard on that policy, and we said we were not trying to eliminate community involvement or the H-tax, A-tax spin on what pot you can use for what. And we asked people to bear with us as we made that change, and now we've eliminated all but 6. And a conversation about eliminating sponsorship to the chamber. So I guess back to my first question, what drove the 2 main increases in that group? Because that group, when you look at community impact, we're actually spending $75,250 on 6 events where we were spending $72,500 on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 events.
So, I didn't want to cut. I was seeing you, okay.
Yeah.
So, so to answer your question on like, the Juneteenth, so I'll start there first. Juneteenth, I know 4th of July is funded at the same $25,000. And I wanted to move the Juneteenth, to the same line item where we sponsor, where we actually do 4th of July. So here's my thing. These are 2 holidays celebrating freedom for basically 2 different sets of people during 2 different times in American history. There's no, and I'm not going to go through the history lesson up here, there's no reason that we should treat one better than the other when there's celebrating a freedom. So my moves to staff was to put this under that same line item as 4th of July. And 4th of July comes out of which fund again?
H-tax.
H-tax. So actually this one would come out of that community impact fund and go to the H-tax side.
And see, I would argue that we put it where 4th of July is, and leave it funded at that amount.
Yep.
Well,
So-
under that, guys,
Yeah.
then every event that I named could qualify.
Good.
Yeah, so,
So that's,
but,
I thought you said that these don't qualify. Brock, didn't you say that they don't qualify?
no, I didn't say they don't qualify. I think they could be moved to
Yeah.
H-tax.
So that-
Maybe the collective body didn't think they qualified last year,
so
but
here's how this process last year was kind of like, we went through this sheet, just for the new folks. So we went through this sheet and we voted on each one of these.
sort of kind of.
So, and not to rehash and go back through that, but, just staying what, explaining so that 72 is reduced by 25. So it's over there. Your other question on movies in the park, we're absorbing 100% of that cost for movies in the park. And in my opinion, anything that can bring families, children that dress up and be so glad to come watch Spider-Man and partake, in our awesome park out here. We need to keep that up. So we're absorbing that from that 75, and we're blessed to have Ms. Page on council with us, but Ms. Page was the one of the leading faces that really started that in the community. And the town, we seen it during that time. Myself and other members brought it to the table, and we wanted to be a part of that and bring it here in the park. So we're going to absorb that cost 100% because she's on council. But one thing that, since we do have marketing in place, and the young lady understands we need a presence at these events, we will have total autonomy of presence at that event. As she said, handing out swag gear or whatever we can do to keep that going. So that's a true event in the park. Christmas parade.
All right, and just right there, but we're going from funding, you said we're going to absorb 100% of it, pick up 50% of it. We were funding it at 4, and now we're funding it at 15. That's over 3 times.
And that's 2.
We were funding it at 4, and we're going to double it. We're going to fund it at 8.
Well,
No.
so the expenditure from the town was reduced last year from the 7,000 from the previous year down to 4,000 last year or this current year. And so, so I was making up personally for the difference of it.
So we never seen that part. We never seen what Ms. Page personally put into making that that event roll off. And I get it. We're more. Some of us were more concerned with the dollar amount. I was more concerned with that. The park, the intent of the park, from those men and women that were here to create this park. The intent was to make sure that it's available for families. And I felt that that's what, we do awesome events in the park, but something that actually brings families sitting on the back of their pickup trucks and quilts laid out on the grass out there. This is something that actually does that. So this is something that, we can debate, but.
I'm not necessarily saying debate it, but the Community Impact Fund was purposed, just like the H-Tax policy was purposed. And we made great steps to get it to where not a single event last year was funded over a $7,500 level.
But here go again, that in my original asking to staff, that event, Movies in the Park, is actually moved in with Juneteenth, 4th of July.
And I don't think, why? Why are you going to move that there and not farmer's market there? That's not there every
I
week.
hadn't got there yet.
How many movies are shown for the amount of money that was budgeted in the current fiscal year? Ms. Page.
So this amount was for 7 months. We are not doing April this year because the calendar was projected for this weekend, but that would be running in competition of the rodeo. So that's been canceled. So it's going to be from May to October. Once a month, and it's the third.
Six.
It's the third Saturday of each month.
So we're going to spend $2,500 per movie.
Well, it's going to be reduced from the 15,000 because you're only going to have 6 months, not 7. Or, yeah. So it will be reduced.
Do what? Do we know?
Well, what's the
Just
cost?
divide.
What's the approximate cost per movie?
So it would be, because they're all the same, so you just take the 15 divided by 7. And actually,
2142.86. Odd
mhm.
number.
Yeah. I've provided to Carol all the itemized information, and that was last year. So I haven't done one this year, so I would have to go pull it up.
So then here's the question. That's for simplicity. We're arguing over $2,100 a movie. How many movies do you want to show? And do you want to show any at all?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't arguing over.
No, I mean, I'm just,
I'm arguing the point that we have whittled down, and I think that's the right term, from a starting point that was astronomical, and everybody on council had issue, or most people on council had issue with the amount of money that wasn't being spent on infrastructure and property purchase. And we've gotten it down, and the community has worked with us, and some very begrudgingly. And I would mention in that realm the Diamond Invitational, which happened in Blythewood a couple weeks ago and was well attended. And the Diamond Invitational was not funded through this town's budget.
Well, not directly.
Not directly, like it had been in past years.
But we did ask them, and we gave everybody an opportunity to answer the question,
Not arguing that. Not arguing
would
that.
your event still happen if you didn't receive any funds? So you were there, we were there.
And the same question was asked. I asked the same question of now
Yes.
Councilwoman Page. Is Movies in the Parks going to happen if it's not in the budget? Her answer was probably so. Because she said she would make it happen. She's a councilwoman now. So now we're going to let the town spend however much, $2,000 a movie, when we have a farmer's market every Wednesday and we give them $7,500 a year. Do the math there, and the number.
well, they actually get more
they,
than that.
They have a revenue driver
Yeah.
at the farmer's market there. They sell booths
Yeah.
to the participants. It's not free.
Understood?
And then too, the park is in kind.
We don't charge for the park for the
No.
farmer's market, do we?
So that's a,
Is the park not in kind for Movies in the Park? Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. of
Yeah,
course.
it's in kind for the farmer's market.
And yeah, I just think we have to balance this. Why is the park in kind for Movies in the Park? And it's not in kind for Red Fest, where you can come hear the band. That's what I mean. When you start drawing lines in the sand, and we spend a lot of time and a lot of effort to bring things into somewhat compliance, and then in
Well, Councilman Kenner, you and I have had discussions about this, not so much recently, but we can distinguish between revenue generating events and non-revenue generating
Absolutely you can.
events. And I look at Movies in the Park, Farmers Market, Christmas Parade, Big Grab, which is probably the second most populous event in town behind Rock and Red, White, and Blue as far as bringing people actually into the town. And they potentially stay. Juneteenth and the events that the Historical Society runs, I don't think any of those events are revenue generating events for the town and or the organizers.
I don't argue that.
So if the town doesn't fund them, with the exception of maybe the farmer's market, they don't happen. I don't know if Community Impact Fund, given the way it evolved last year, is the proper place for these things to be. And I think we're confusing, and I don't like Community Impact Fund. I have a very sour taste in my mouth because I believe that members on this body rammed it down some of our throats because they didn't like the way that you and I handled hospitality. So that's why on my sheet I've got 5 arrows that are highlighting the 5 events that I named that I believe could qualify under hospitality tax. Now, that would also subject them to the caps.
Which I mean, we're making the same point.
But Juneteenth, if you're saying Juneteenth should be with
doesn't even
Rock
have
and
this
Red,
list.
White, and Blue,
Exactly.
that's fine. It was budgeted for $25,000 in the current fiscal year. The actual expenditures was $12,569. So one could argue that you could reduce those from 25 down to 12,500 or 13, and then you've got them both in there, 13,000. If they're organized internally, which I think is a good idea, then that would make sense. And you put them under the same line item as town events, which Christmas Parade, town event.
Movies in the Park.
Big Grab, town event.
Movies in the Park.
Town event.
Yep, and that's exactly what.
But that's not what we've got here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying
This might
that's
not have meant to have been on there.
this.
But-
Like I said, I left all of this alone to have the open discussion.
And then you, that has to beg, but Range for Hope, not a town event.
No,
Fair
not a
Range for
town
Free,
event.
not a
And I
town
would
event.
like
It's a-
to also comment on that very subject about town events. So going back to the, master comprehensive plan, when we did a survey of our citizens during that time, and we asked the question of what is it that we're missing? Number one was parks, open space. Okay, check. Y'all did that. Okay. So that's in
How do we do that?
the park across the street, the land.
But it's not. It's a field of
Not-
grass. It's
Yeah,
unusable.
not yet.
We've started
Yeah,
down the
but-
path at
Yeah,
least.
but you guys understood the need for green space and the demand of what our citizens are wanting. So that's why I say check mark, because y'all did good on that. All right. So the next thing was trails. All right. So work in progress, right? So come on down and you have, they asked for entertainment activities and also community center and community activities. And I'll tell you, like I've said to others, is that this town, the town has allowed for other parties to do town events. It became outsourced and not something that the town actually owned. And so, you know, with what you guys just said, went through the list and said town event, town event. There are other things, and hopefully with Ms. Jordan, that there are some minimal items that the town can do to create these entertainment activities as well as community activities that they're actually asking for to bring the town together. So, and that's going to take us having to be a bigger part of that. So with the list from that, the funds were being given to last year, like CAB, that's on this list, the conversation should be to them that we would like to engage with you in a different manner and have a food drive for them, ongoing food drive, whatnot. Like, so that way we're helping the community in a different way than just monetarily. That, I just wanted to at least make mention of that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Ms. Fruit?
Move these items to HTAC, then it cuts them all to 7,500.
5,000.
5,000.
Some of them go,
5,000.
It would be,
Use your
5,000.
mic.
I got the mic. I got the mic.
it would be 7,500 for a
For-
first year event, 5,000.
So it decreases.
yes, over, yep. So your second year around, it decreased. So you got the larger pool when you first apply and then funded at a lower level if you choose to reapply.
So is that what you want to do? You want to move these?
Okay,
Well,
tax?
so here's is two different conversations. So if it's a town-sponsored event, 4th of July will not be reduced because we know exactly, we own that event. So we know exactly where that money is going. We know exactly how much it costs for fireworks. It's our event, and that's what I was saying, move Juneteenth to our event. That way we know exactly what it costs to do our events. These external events, we really don't know what it costs. We're entrusting them and their data to bring it back to us and say, yeah, thank you for the $25,000. We actually spent $52,000. So then next year they would come back and ask for more money, but we are entrusting that their data is correct. The only data that we know is correct is our own data that we own. So these events like movies in the park, we may find out that we could leverage a better deal per movie I know one thing I asked staff about was looking at buying the projector, the screen. How much money will we save if we bought the screen? Then the next question is, what's the bulb life? Okay, so we buy the screen and then the bulb lasts us 1 year, but the bulb costs $1,000 to replace every year. Is that cheaper than just paying someone to come out and do it? But we also got manpower time. We got staff that need to know how to set it up, operate it, and we got to pay staff. And the insurance, thank you, ma'am. And the movie rights. Yeah, so trying to see are we getting a better deal by paying someone to come set it up? Or are we gonna get a better deal by owning the equipment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's a due diligence question, I think. The crux of the argument that we need to discuss now is you're looking at dividing up events either into town events or, as Councilwoman Page said, outsourced events. Whether they occur within the town or not, we're outsourcing it to another entity. Councilman McKinnon, I believe it was our intent, we can always go back and clarify, that for outsourced events, those were the ones that would be subject to the annual initial funding and then the ceiling moving forward.
Yep.
We never considered the rodeo, the red, white, and blue. We never considered the Christmas parade. We never considered any of the other events.
Big grab.
Yeah, big grab. So,
Farmers market.
yeah, one could argue, successfully I believe, that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events that are listed here, excluding Blythewood Historical Society, because I don't quite know what's in that, those could all fall under town events. I do believe they qualify for hospitality, and they would not be subject to the cap simply because, now, we can choose to cap them, obviously, but the intent of the policy was not to restrict these events simply because if they are town events and we restrict the funding, then that's all we have. And if we can't, and if staff and or who we choose to outsource it, for example, with the Christmas parade or the farmer's market or the big grab, they can't operate within that constraint, then those events may not happen.
Yeah, but at the same time, and I believe everybody at this table was there, I don't know how you cannot classify Rib Fest a community event with a number of people that spent the day here.
Okay, I mean,
It's a revenue generating
it's a
event.
hospitality. No, the town supported Rib Fest
Yeah, we
through
support.
H-Tax.
Yeah, we do support Rib Fest,
Rib
but they
Fest.
sell tickets. It's a ticketed event.
But anybody can attend, as you pointed out.
Anybody can attend.
Right.
You don't have to buy a
That's
ticket.
right.
Well, I'm not opposed to having Rib Fest in there at the 5K. I think it's the best event.
It's in there.
It
is,
It's
I
in there
know.
currently.
Yeah,
It's
Well,
not
I
in
don't know.
the-
We haven't seen the hospitality. We haven't seen who's applied for
Well,
I'm
fast forward a
saying
few sheets,
in the
it's there.
current budget year.
All
in the
right,
current
yeah.
budget year.
All right, let's get this.
But that,
Well,
we're,
let me- I
we're
just wanna-
mixing, we're conflating, and we seem to do it every year.
Well, a lot of it was based on who is attending the event. Is it the community or is it tourists? And Councilman Brock argued vehemently that these were not tourists that were attending these events before, but now,
It's the opposite
so these
No.
these events need to show us that a zip code data, something that shows that they actually are bringing in. But that was the crux of the
Well, we
argument
argued
before.
Movies in the Park was not a tourist-driven
Correct,
event.
and that's why it was funded out of the general fund.
Yep.
But now we're saying that H-Tax qualifies, which makes
But
it.
if it moves into a town event, if it's an outsourced event, then yes,
Yes.
it's subject to a cap.
But it's town
Is it
event.
a town event or a town owned and operated event, or is it not? Rib Fest is not a town owned or operated event, if we want to use that example. However, it is an economic driver and it is a tourism driver, and therefore it does qualify for hospitality. The question you have to ask is movie in the park a town operated in the future, not currently, a town operated and owned event? And if so, how much does the town need to fund it? If it wants to do it at all. we're comparing apples and oranges.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, and I like that point. So how about this? We, in this week coming, myself and staff, will get you an email. It won't wait until the next one. We'll get you an email, and that whole sheet will probably look totally different from what it is now in that spread. And we will articulate that data to you so you can clearly see it. But I now that I better understand, where the minds of council, especially, with two new members, the other two gentlemen I've been with for a second, we'll do that this week. So, yes, ma'am. So we got 3 things like to do now. So I'll work with staff this week, in the middle of our transition this week. But give us a moment to clean this data up. It probably won't take us long. I think Julie got what she needed and heard, so we can reorg and clean this up a little bit.
Let me get clarification,
Mhm.
Mr. Mayor. So H-tax, so in that email, is it gonna specify what
Yes.
the H-tax qualifications are, so that way we know what would fall into it? What would then be a town-sponsored event?
Mhm.
And by nature, what would come out of the general fund?
So I'm going to break it down. We're going to break this down to the point where when you look at this sheet, it'll be injected with another sheet because I think, maybe we probably put definitions and that qualification kind of statement there, and then we can list it out in the numbers and what the event is. But we'll clean it up. We'll make it fit where you can understand it by looking.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just to
Yes,
help
sir,
us
Mr.
through
McKinney.
it as we come back, can we also include in that email the current H-tax policy?
Yes, that's what I was just saying.
As
Like,
well
we'll
as-
attach it.
As well as
I
the
have the
current,
copies of that here too.
as well as the current community impact policy, which we can do away with.
Okay.
I mean, do away with it if you want to,
Yeah.
but it's a policy right now that we're manipulating a budget around because we don't want to do away with the policy. Well, let's send it to them so at least they can understand how we got to what was in H-tax and what was in community impact. Because we didn't make it up. We didn't pull it out of a hat. It was done. You may not like the way it was voted on to be done, but it was done. So let's either undo it, but don't sidestep it because you don't like it.
No, and it's not a sidestep
No, it
because I
wasn't.
don't.
It's a total sidestep.
All right, well, thank you for your opinion there. So, Mr. Williamson, what we're gonna do now is, it is 12:26. Let's go ahead, and we have some community leaders here in the audience that come in to partake in lunch with us. Everyone is welcome to grab lunch with us. Our lunch today is provided by Smoke It Up. So we have some good barbecue here for you. Please stay and join us. And matter of fact, Councilman Brock, since it's your birthday, would you lead us in
Oh, Lord.
blessing the meal? You got birthday duty, sir.
Oh, gosh. Okay. All right, dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for allowing us to come together and break bread. Thank you for the discussion that we've had so far and the lively discussion that we are going to have. We ask that you take this food and nourish our bodies as we go throughout the day, bringing positive light to you. And all these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Yes.
Pick up at legal and professional when we come back because of the clarifications.
Yes, sir. Yep. So when we come back, we'll pick up on page 5, legal and professional. Thank you. All right, we're going to reconvene from lunch, back with, and we'll start at page 5. Before I start at page 5, sir, let me have a moment here. As part of our normal agenda, which legislative updates, as I instructed earlier, I won't do a point of privilege because we have it on the agenda, but I do want to recognize we had several of our representatives here today through lunch. One remained with us, but I do want to say on public record to thank you to Councilwoman Gretchen Barron, District 7, Richland County. She was here and attended through lunch with us. So I do want to say thank you, ma'am, for attending. I know your schedule is tight, but at least you showed up to greet each and every one of us and your constituents here. I also want to recognize and give a moment to say a few words. Another outstanding legislator in the state. Here we're privileged, House District 77, my good friend, Representative Canberra Garvin. Thank you, sir, for joining us through our first budget workshop this year. I also want to lend and say thank you again, as I always tell you, thank you for supporting Blythewood. Thank you for helping us out with these earmarks and being there when I need you and these other members need you. So without further ado, sir, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. It's certainly a privilege and an honor to be here with you all on today. Let me start off by saying thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those very kind words. It's certainly an honor and privilege to serve this community as a member of our South Carolina General Assembly. It has been a busy year, as you all know from probably reading the news reports down at the State House. We are at the end of a 2-year session. So both all of the House members as well as all of the senators, the entire General Assembly is up for re-election. I am so fortunate to not have any opposition this year. So that's always an honor and a privilege and a blessing to not have that. And it's also, I think, a sign that we're on the right track. As I have over the years expressed, I'll do it again today. I'm certainly honored to support Blythewood and any and everything that we can do. If there are ever any needs, I'm a phone call away to any of the council members. And of course, the mayor knows that as well. We have been able to do some good things in the past. I hope that we can continue to work together if there are needs from the General Assembly. I believe that the folks in this community are entitled to being able to receive some of those benefits as well. And it does take a lawmaker being able to work in a bipartisan fashion to make that happen for our community. I'm not going to go into all of the big legislative details about what's happening, but just know that we're here to support you. Just know that I'm sure I get many of the same calls that you all get pertaining to Scout Motors from our constituents. And I think that the community is slowly but surely becoming very excited about the new project as we see many of the benefits that the project will bring for our community. But again, I'm here. I'm a phone call away. If I can be of assistance in the future, please give me a phone call. Hope that you will have a continued great meeting. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williamson, let's continue on where we left off at page 5 with legal and professional services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the highlights here, in the past we've had a high budget for litigation, but we reduced that to $100,000 because we don't anticipate any further costs with that. We added the Annexation Economic Development Coordinator. So we had previously had economic development. When we had a consultant, it was in this section. So that's why we put it here, because that's where we've had it in the past. But that is, as you discussed, that would be a position that would be more aggressively going, spending time on trying to contact these property owners and but it is an economic development issue, and they could also be doing recruitment and then interacting with those who are like Scout. But also be kind of a zoning, is the zoning planning aspect picks up the pace. That's, I think, envision that being part of the job description as well.
Yes,
but
sir.
So that's how that's there. I did put some funds in there for planning and development services just because we are hoping to finish soon on the zoning ordinance rewrite. Daniel has done an enormous amount of job on the revisions to that. But we've also, the original contact person that was with Kendi Keys Collaborative that was writing the zoning ordinance, she left, back in December, and they brought in someone else, and just 2 days ago or something, they said this lady is stepping away from that company. They got another person, so that just kind of extends things. But I do think that as we kind of uncover other needs, and as we are annexing, where there's going to be a need for maybe some other kind of study of the town that we can use these funds for, whether it be a follow-up kind of master plan of a specific area or something. So that was kind of the intent, to just have some funds there, because we have needed that some in this budget year. And then the engineering landscaping, we added a good bit because it was actually kind of a dovetailing off of what Councilwoman Fripp and Daniel and I had a meeting with the Recreation Department and discussed some of Blythewood Park and the possibilities there, and with the additional land, potentially with the school district, having some sort of a master recreational plan or something. And so, again, not knowing exactly what those look like, but there's a lot of potential there, and sort of without a specific idea in mind, I think that there's a lot of need to kind of use what the momentum from the park master plan to kind of look beyond, and also look at, do we want to have develop sort of a greenway using some of these public properties that we can draw connections to. But anyway, all that is, that was sort of the intent behind putting some funds there as we kind of continue to broaden our park green space presence. So those are the highlights there.
All right, any questions, council members, on page 5?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Brock.
Line item 190, lobbyist, $25,000.
Oh yeah, that was a question. So that's in the current budget that Mayor Franklin had asked about, and so I just didn't know whether you wanted to have that. So that would be hiring a lobbyist to go to DC. I mean, and having someone work federal funds. I never really did anything with that this current budget year, so I don't really have an idea of that. But I know that Mayor Franklin was interested in kind of dovetailing off of what the City of Columbia, and we got in touch with their lobbyists, and they kind of explained some things. But so that we can certainly take that out. I just didn't know.
Well, if we take it out, then if we decided to move forward, we'd have to go back with a budget amendment. Just because we budget for something doesn't mean we have to spend the funds.
So,
As evidenced by this current fiscal year, which has got a $25,000 appropriation, and we're certainly not going to spend that money on a lobbyist for this current fiscal year. I was just curious, I didn't know if that was local. The General Assembly.
That was just a carryover to, I wasn't comfortable just taking it out if that was not something you were interested in doing, so.
And then, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
180, line item 180, the annexation economic development position.
mm-hmm.
Is it the intent to hire that as an independent contractor or a direct
No, sir.
employee?
No, direct report. It'd be a full-time position.
And that would be, that individual would be selected by the administrator or by you?
No, that would be an internal, just as normal operations by the mayor's office.
Okay, so if that's the recommendation, and that being a full-time staff, that probably needs to be moved to 4120-180, added to the administration. That's where that should be reflected, and then.
Well, that's why when I gave the overview for that line item, I talked about that position. But staff see fit to where it's best used at.
Yeah, so we just need to dovetail that into salaries, FICA, retirement, health insurance there, if it's a full-time employee. The lobbyist is reflected here with legal because they're a consultant. We don't pay healthcare or retirement for them.
Yeah, we have had an employee here before. We had the attorney was an employee. That's the only.
Right, and
Right.
when Shannon was there, she
She's
showed
an
up here as
employee.
legal. Yeah.
Right.
We'll move that position over.
And then the 150, Carol, your recommendation would be based on information y'all have received? Just a placeholder there?
Yeah, that's more of a, we kind of see that there's a need for that. It would take some work to get everyone to, including council, to buy into that. But I think that there's a real opportunity there to do something and at least look at the feasibility of, we're always looking for this massive recreation improvements for the community. And we have that park there that's underutilized.
Very underutilized.
Yeah, and just get some focus on it. And can the town invest in the plan?
Recreation Commission open to that?
Kind of. They're not exactly the most enthusiastic folks, but
So y'all met with the board?
we met
To
with some of
discuss
the
this?
board and the director.
I think with the Recreation Commission, I think they're kind of top heavy right now. And so they're actually looking at trying to get rid of some of their properties. I don't know. I think that in terms of resurfacing, what do we talk about? Resurfacing
Tennis
courts.
the tennis courts. I don't know. I think that with continued conversation, I think, it's something that they may be willing to look into. And, I just think that there's just an opportunity for continued conversation with them. And
That was going to be part of my strategic plan recommendation. But we've got, budgeting first now. So I'm glad to see that because I would love those tennis courts to be turned into pickleball courts. And our residents use them. I mean, it's locked.
we did talk about that.
Yep.
You can't hear.
Well, they may not can hear you through YouTube.
But we did talk about that. And like I said, I just think that it's just something that with continued conversation, I think the commissioners, I think the executive director, because I know him, I think that he would be open to it. But I just think that it's just something that we just got to keep at the table and continue to meet with them.
So that interesting because I'm glad to see that because probably prior to Councilman McKendrick coming on board, I had discussion over there about those tennis courts, turning them into pickleball courts, and trying to see if the town would be willing to go in at like $25,000 to assist with that. So that's interesting if we're looking at that, but I don't want to bypass that. Well, I don't want to bypass our own facilities too, because we do have land here that we potentially could develop some pickleball courts on over here as well. I'm sure it would take a little bit more than the conversation to kind of join in with RCRC, especially with their not being able to borrow and kind of locked into some things with that last bond. But we can leave that 150 there and just explore that. I do agree on that. Any other questions on page 5? All right, hearing none. Page 6, Mr. Williamson, just hit the highlights for us on this.
Yeah, we didn't really have much here. Just added one of those, that summer intern for Public Works. That's the only major change.
Okay. Any questions on page 6 for Public Works? All right, hearing none. Page 7, inspections and code enforcement. Please, sir, hit the high levels for us.
Yeah, we did not have any major changes there. That's where you'll see where we pay out RCI. That's pretty much the same.
So we're just reverting back to normal.
Correct. I mean, that's based on a percentage.
24 was a banner year
Right.
for code inspection.
And that is not based on business license. That's based on permits.
Yeah.
So we don't know enough say that it's going to be any. Talked about that before.
So just for our two newest members, that's line item 440 on that inspection and code enforcement. So you see it was 2.5 million and it's going back budgeted at 161,000. We had a rocket year, but we back to normal. Yes, ma'am. Yep. So that's what that is. Correct. All right. Any questions on 7? All right. Hearing none. Page 8. Park and Recreation, Mr. Williamson.
Nothing too much. We do have funding for another piece for the playground. We did not do that this year because several of our current pieces needed repair, and these repairs are unexpectedly expensive. So we're not going to purchase a new piece of equipment this year, but we do have it in the budget for next year.
Are we repairing, are we going to repair the equipment that needs repaired this year?
Yes, we're
Yes,
repairing
yes.
it. We are doing it. I mean,
So,
I added more to the repair. If you see, I think it went from
20.
2000 to 20 because, yeah, you see.
and of the two, we've spent 60, so we've overspent that line item.
That's right.
Is that due to
Yes.
ongoing work or it's done?
I think that does not reflect the most recent one.
Okay.
Yep.
I think there's another bill that may not be in there, I think.
So although, Ms. Page.
I do have a question with regards to the repairs. So has the equipment lived out its life expectancy? And those types of repairs, is it going to be reoccurring, or is that type of equipment isn't really something that should be repaired and maybe taken out, so that way we're not having to spend that additional money? Because it seems as though it's short time frame, but maybe the wear and tear on it happen, and so.
Yeah, I asked our maintenance crew to look and kind of do an inventory now, if there's anything we could expect. They didn't really see anything that needed attention or that expected to have attention, but still, just when we did this, one of them was there was, I think maybe we had some equipment in there, and there was something that gotten hit, and then it's a little bit of like vandalism. A little bit, or just maybe kids that out, they're larger than the equipment, those kind of things. They just wear it out a little bit more than they should. But it's not like a dire where everything is falling apart now. It seems to be in pretty good shape. But I just put some more funding in there just because it seemed like that was an expense that clearly we didn't budget enough this year because we didn't anticipate that. So that was just sort of anticipation for future repairs.
So some of those repairs, or next time you go to the playground, look at the little thing that is like the reverse monkey bars that you could just walk across, kind of the floating dock. So some of that is like those pieces where the chain that keeps it locked in from the bottom, and then at the top it has like a U, kind of a U joint for movement. So kind of like that. And then, one of the other assumptions is maybe, bigger kids. Sometimes you go out to the playground, you see bigger kids on it when it's not really slated for Councilman Brock to be out there playing on it. But, Tristan to be playing on it. So some of that goes into it over time. And then sun exposure. So we put the canopies up to help with that. So some of it too is sun exposure over time before we really start protecting the structure. All right, any more questions?
Yeah, Mr. Williamson, just for clarification, I'm looking at line 250 under grant expenses security. I'm assuming that's the monies that we had received from state earmarks that we just expensed down, and now since it's been exhausted, it's just no longer there.
That's right. We
Okay.
will finish that up.
All right, cool. Moving on.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir, Ken.
line 331, particularly the trail lighting, are we, so we spent 38 of the 60. Are we anticipating doing anything on trail lighting in this budget year? As in repairs to any of that lighting?
Just the electric,
It's the electric
that's just the.
That's power bill.
power bill.
So that's just the trail lighting power bill. Okay, all right, no problem.
Hopefully, we don't spend 60,000 in power bills, but it's there in case.
And then
A lot of it is the streetlights.
on 550,
550.
that 47,200 was for a new piece of equipment. That,
How about you?
is that the one we bypassed the new piece of equipment
That's
for this year?
for a new piece for next year.
So that's about it. We probably won't spend any more in that line item.
This
We're
year,
not going to buy any.
right, we are
Okay.
not.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, any other questions on page 8? All right, hearing none, page 9. Mr. Williamson.
Really didn't have any changes. There's some small things we're doing with the manor, but there really are no changes in the expenses.
Mr. Mayor, I would be
Some new
remiss, and I
lawn
believe,
chairs.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Go ahead.
Oh, and I would be remiss, and I believe Councilman McKendrick will jump on board with me on this. The manor expenses continue to increase,
Mhm.
and the revenue is not.
So,
Not the best path to be on.
No. I do in the next budget in our workshop on the May 9th workshop, I do want a presentation from Christie on the manor, explaining it from A to Z, so we can really look at the expenditures, what we made and all of that stuff. I think that'll suffice.
Yeah.
Some of you, okay.
Well, it at least opens up opportunities for questions.
Yeah, I mean, the increase is due to the employee salary increases.
Well, I think he's looking at, go ahead, sir.
Well, total admin and operations, and we budgeted
That's-
362 last year, we budgeted 360 this year.
Yeah, I mean, the 22, it was budgeted at 335, 23, 316, 24, 362, now down to 360. I mean, it's held pretty steady. We just got to figure out a way either to cut expenses or up our revenue. One of the two.
Yeah, revenue's up, but it's certainly not up at the rate expenses.
Yeah.
Which, you know, in my world, that's why I get why we put them together. I get the push to put them together. But they're so easily hid in this general fund. I would, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I would love to see the manor on its own set of financials. Even if it's supplemented by the general fund, at least we could see a very cut and dry picture of a profit center acting as one.
Was it ever
Oh, it
a
was,
separate? Was it?
Yes.
It was.
It was, and then.
because the general fund, I mean, the general fund supplements, but I'm fine with that. It's no different than a mortgage company giving you the money to buy your house, but you still run your household budget with a mortgage payment in there. Eventually, that's how you get the clearest picture of what's going on in the manor, in weddings, in events, in the amphitheater, and so just my comments, but I agree with you, Brock.
Yeah, name.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you. Also agree with having them in as a subset
Yep.
of the total budget, just because it will give a clearer picture. The manor operates in the deficit, and the town supplements that, as you said, with general fund dollars. Which, if that's just the way it is for the time being, that it is what it is. But we do need to move toward having this facility at least make attempts to move it toward being self-sufficient. I agree.
So I support that.
And you'll see, just for the newer members, back on our revenue page, which was page 1, it's line item 7110-100. That is facility equipment rentals for Rocco Manor revenue. Follow that line clear over to the far right. So there is a $12,000, already a $12,000 putback from the town to the manor on the revenue line for like this meeting we're having right now, or council meeting, or a planning commission meeting, or whatever. So that hasn't changed in several years.
Probably needs to be more.
It needs to be more.
And I haven't done it yet.
I noticed that, but I was just pointing to the note. You're going to, because you always do. But that number probably needs to be higher, but that's just another point in case that if it was on its own, things like that aren't.
So why then, I mean, I understand that the town would supplement it, but why then was it moved? You know, when it was its own operating entity, why was it moved? And now we want to move it back.
No, that's not what we're saying. It was moved simply because it would require a budget amendment to increase the funding that the general fund dollars had to send to the manor to balance its budget. Now it's incorporated under one budget. What we're requesting is just to extract it as just a separate document, not actually remove it from the overall budget, but just have it as a subset of the budget so that you can get at some of the finer details of the revenues, expenditures of the manor.
And to your point, Brock, I am not at all opposed to that. And when it's a subset of the overall budget on the financial side, I am not opposed to putting the balancing entry at 0 for us just to do a budget amendment. So it's in front of mind for everybody up here, everybody up here and the public to know what is it costing over and above for the town of Blythewood to operate this facility. And the goal for certainly all of council and the staff at the manor is for it to be self-sufficient and eventually putting money in reserves to maintain itself. So agreeing with you, but I would love that budget amendment to come every year, that it costs $284,000 from the general fund to balance the manor's budget this year, or whatever number that is.
Any further questions from council? Concerns? And this is for page 9 and 10.
My page numbers are different. What's page 10?
Oh,
It's just the end, it's just the balance.
Yeah, we, on page 10, for line item 9,200, 980, we do transfer monies
Yep.
into to a capital improvement fund for the manor. The question is that enough?
Well, we're just transferred half of the H-tax into the manor CIP too. So, and you see at the top of page 10, total expenditures, admin and operations. But you want it clearer than that?
No, I don't know if the answer to that question is yes or no, but I definitely think having a separate meeting so that we can ask questions could suffice. I mean, it's pretty detailed.
But in reality, it's costing, we're budgeting 360, 323, but the reality of it is we give more to the manor than $323,000.
It's not the most intuitive to be able to look at, like you said, our revenues are projected 200 and our expenses are 360, so we're projecting $160,000 deficit. And it does probably cost more than that.
so this is what I was saying earlier, that in the next one, in the May 9th, we'll make sure that she's first on the list. Give her some time to go through and do a very detailed, high-level overview. And that way we can ask these questions. In the meantime, we'll work with you too to make sure that we can get something that easily articulate the data points that you would preferably like to see. I don't disagree with that. I would like to see how much money, came in over bookings, So, I mean, I think it's that granular in the details, along with other things. So then you could really see, are we booking 200,000,
Well, yeah,
and then
revenue
we-
is just very vague. Like, where are the money coming from? Is it during the week? Is it on weekends? Is it weddings?
That's right, is it weddings, is it, yeah. And then, for the two new councilwomen, the easy way I did this in my first year on council was that 991 line item, the contingency. So all these pages we just went through, revenues are 3.66950. Expenses are 3.183807. That leaves us to the good 485,243. So if we don't do anything, no budget amendments, we operate the year like this, our unrestricted balance will increase by 485,243. But we're getting ready, I'm sure the mayor's getting ready to talk about some things that are going to decrease that. But that's the simplest way to say, are we committing more money than we're bringing in? And staff has, since I've been on council, always done an exceptional job making sure we don't, or pointing out if we're going to. So, Ms. Julie, once again, thank you for all your work.
Yeah, we have continued to operate in a surplus, which is fantastic. And whenever, was it Love Bailey? Is that our accountants, our auditors come in?
I always point it out.
They always talk about how many months, 18 months of reserves that we have. The standard's what, 6 maybe? So yes, our staff deserves much praise for putting us in a solid financial position where we're $500,000 to the good.
For a town that does not have a millage.
It's also true.
So,
That's another discussion
Cool.
one day.
indeed.
All righty, not today.
Not today.
So, all right, thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions on 9 and 10? All right. Hearing none. Mr. Williamson?
So the capital improvement fund is the next sheet. Do you want to talk about that now, or do you want to go to the other funds first and then come back to that?
Let's go ahead and talk about it.
Okay. So in your packet is a spreadsheet trying to capture some of the costs of items we've discussed in the past.
What sheet are we
It's
looking at?
this one right here.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Look at that.
okay. Lengthwise.
So,
I got it, I just don't know where it is. I'll share it. I can, oh, there we go. Thank you, man.
So, first and foremost, I think it would be to look at the McLean property purchase. That's our estimate, and I've talked with Jim McLean about it. He's on board with this. So we would pay, so the way it would work, we would pay the amount we're required to pay this year in June, beginning of June. It's coming out of the H-Tax budget. And then after that, what he would like us to do, obviously would be to budget that amount for the entire fiscal year, but make it 2 payments so he's not hit with one large amount in one tax year. So we would pay some in 2024 and pay the other half in 2025. But it doesn't make any difference budget-wise. It's just so y'all know how it would
From a
work.
calendar perspective is what he's
Right,
asking.
that's just a
However,
request.
these amounts that we are going to, this final payment, let's just say it's $1.5 million, just to make the math easy. You'd have 750 in one calendar year, 750 in the next calendar year. Would that amount be a fixed amount? In other words, would the interest stop accumulating and that amount would be locked in regardless of if we paid?
I think he would, I think we would be paying interest on the amount that we delayed until January.
But we're not asking for that delay, though.
Talked to him about that. That
And-
was his
and also,
request.
if I'm not mistaken-
He is saying, well, the argument is we're keeping that money in the bank to gain interest. I'm not, I hear you. I made the argument. This
Well,
was his
what does
response.
the contract say?
Contract says we can pay it off.
Yeah.
That's
so,
where you go.
So that's, I
Well,
want
that's
to,
what we do.
pay
It's
it off.
7 years.
No, it says
No,
there's
no,
no prepayment
there's no
penalty. It says we can
prepayment
pay it off at any time based on the principal amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
What
that not,
is
am I
it-
not right, Councilman Kendrick? You are?
Yeah, we can pay that property off anytime we want, right?
That's right. There's no
Yeah.
penalty for
No
that.
prepayment penalty. So, question for you.
Is that a prepayment penalty? Is that considered a prepayment penalty?
If he's asking us to delay a check we're going to write right now,
That's on him.
that's a prepayment penalty.
Absolutely.
What is the payment on that property before June 30th?
I just gave that to Julie. It's less than we budgeted because we had made those 2 payments. And that changed the amortization schedule and the amortization schedule you have right now is updated from when we were budgeting.
Yep.
So it's lower, I can
We're
tell you
barking
that.
up the same tree.
Yeah, so I told her she has the exact amount and I've done a check, so it's ready to go.
You have
But
ish. You have what that amount
it's like
is?
190 or something, I think.
That's what the payment is come June 1?
Correct. I mean,
Before the end of the budget year,
that's where our requirement for 2024.
which is not really going to change what I'm going to suggest.
That's yours. We ain't there yet. We on this. Yeah, I think, and just looking at the sheet, one of the main things that I said, one thing that we all could agree on is going ahead and pay this property off and save. We're in a good financial place to do it. We would own it. We wouldn't have to ask permissions to do things, and we can properly plan for this piece of land moving forward. So I didn't think 1.5 would move on. I wanted to look at paying off DOCO as well at 2.8, but DOCO's interest rate is very low. And the advisement I got was to just continue on with it. But this right here, we could actually save.
You don't want to put yourself in a position to where you're land rich and cash poor.
What is the interest rate on the McLean note?
6.5.
Julie, are you calculating what we'll owe after the payment? Yeah, okay. No rush, just asking.
Like
194, 296, 75.
That's what we'll
we
pay.
paid
That's the
this
payment.
year.
In
That's
June.
our payment.
June 1.
Then what is the balance due if, let's just say we decide to pay July 1, mayor cuts a check?
It's roughly
be off
that. I don't know. We can.
You're gonna be off a
It's
little bit.
roughly 1.5.
Okay.
million.
That's great. Yeah,
Well,
it'll be
I
a
mean,
little less
A
than
little less.
that number.
all things equal, that's the prudent move.
I don't argue that that's the prudent move. 194 would be the payment by the end of June. 194, 196.
We'll make sure we get you
Oh, that-
those. Yeah, because once we pay it off, then the number you're probably looking for is how much did we totally save
On interest.
on interest. Mm-hmm.
So
So
you can determine how much you would have paid in interest, but you've got
Roughly.
the offset of how much you would have earned in the bank, so the difference would be whatever it is, almost a little less than 2 points. But that's assuming the interest rate's held steady from now until we pay off, which is
I-
not going to happen. So
Yeah, and I
we could
also,
ballpark it.
I I think there's a cut and dry answer. I also want to be, from my personal opinion, I want to be fair. I totally understand his request of splitting it in 2 years. He certainly helped the town by owner financing that. Granted, it was at a competitive interest rate at the time for 7 years. Our exposure here is going to be roughly 1.77% for 6 months. For tax purposes for him, I would be willing to split that.
Well, just get them to lock it in.
Yeah.
Or just do a small fee. Lock in the payment and then say, we'll do a bridge financing of,
Because he knows
$10,000 or $5,000 or whatever some financing amount would be to finance it that last 6 months.
the other half is coming, but this would be a significant taxation issue, depending on how that family has stuff set up. And we're 2 years into a very generous offer by the McLeans, and we're going to stroke them a check. I see both sides of that. So I just think we need to continue the conversation with the McLeans. Yes, we're intending on paying it off within the coming budget year. How that plays out, we don't want to hamstring you, but at the same time, we don't want to continue to pay 6% interest on the unpaid balance until you get the second check. Something to that.
so-
One other thing to keep in mind, if Wilson Keebler or somebody else had came in and bought it,
they'd have
they'd have struck the
check.
check right then and there, and you'd have owed it all when you were
I
received.
understand.
So
I
some of the
understand.
deferral has already been absorbed.
He could have also sold it to us and made us go out and get financing, 100%. We could have went and borrowed it. We could if ourselves. I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing to somebody who really bent to work with the town. So
There's a happy medium somewhere.
there is.
It
That's
is.
all I'm saying.
And to that point, I think that's fair. I just wanted, in the broad of this conversation, I just want to make sure that we're all on par with, number one, paying it off early.
So that's the signal you want to project.
Yeah.
Expect this to be satisfied in the
Expect
next 6 to 9
There
months.
you go.
That's a fair signal.
Yeah, I would easily say I may not vote for the budget because we're not done with it, but I would wholeheartedly concur with paying off that, getting out from under a 6% interest that we don't need to pay because we have the cash to do it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. We're good with that, so what we'll do is, we'll follow up on conversations with the family.
Mr. Mayor, one other thing, Mr. Williamson, when we agreed to purchase this property, we did that as a separate action item, correct? Or was it a budget? I think it was, did we have to do
No,
a
we
budget amendment or
voted.
was it a separate action item?
Yeah, there was a vote,
Yeah, we
move
voted.
forward on the purchase.
We could actually extract this and actually take it up as a separate item outside of the budget,
Which was my point.
which we
If the
probably
five of us are
should.
sitting up here agreeing on this should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Budget amendment.
Then that way you may not have to vote no for the budget.
Well, yeah, I would argue that this would be a budget amendment anyway. We wouldn't want to we just wouldn't want to scoop up 1.585 from unrestricted, drop it in the budget, only to turn around and write the check. I would do that.
We could pick this up. We could pick this up at this meeting and finalize it in May's meeting. And
Well,
the sooner we pay it off, the better off we are.
My only question that we may want to ask Jim McLean before June 30th is there room with his financial advisor to take more than the 194, 196 this year to help with taxation issues? If there is, by all means, we should look at making that action before the end of this budget year with a budget amendment. If I don't know what the remedy is, but we're set to make a 194, 196 payment that we're committed to. Does it help if that's a $500,000 payment? Because
the base.
he's looking at calendar year. Exactly.
Ms. Fripp, use your microphone so they can hear you.
So again, if we're asking if we can pay more than the 190, if we're asking if we can pay more than the 190 for this budget year,
For ours.
for our budget year, so that's his calendar year 24. So then when will we make the remaining payment? In
Well,
January?
To answer your,
25.
okay, we can pay the full balance today.
Correct, but he's
Right now.
asking us not to.
And you know, he's welcome to ask that as well, but we have a contract that says that we can. If we pay more than the 194 is the minimum agreed amount.
Right.
It's a financed amount over a amortized schedule with a balloon payment at the end.
And budgeted.
Right.
Yeah, and then we budget for it because is the DOCO, we're not even the buyer. We transfer the money to the foundation. They make the payment, correct? So we just have to transfer them the money, then they make the payment, then they quit claim it over to us. That basically how that would work?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, when would we pay him, if we agreed to pay him in a split payment, and we paid more?
To be
than the
determined.
one-
Yeah, because
Okay.
his
And it could be-
financial,
It could be 3 payments.
it could
Could
be.
be.
It could,
His
I just want to
financial,
do what's best. I just want to do what's best for all parties, and that may mean before June, we're giving him more than 194.
so,
I don't know if it matters to council, but I mean, just know that I would probably exceed the budget
We would need a budget amendment to come back and take money out of unrestricted.
for this current budget year.
Correct.
So, all right. I mean, it's just be, yeah, I mean,
I know, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not trying to complicate your life either. I'm just, yeah. When's your last day?
We
Yeah.
got 4
we
days to
got 4
complicate
more
it.
days
We
to
got 4 days. We
complicate
can
it.
complicate it.
So if
So-
we paid him
McLean's-
190.
So,
if we
hold on,
paid-
guys, let Ms. Fripp.
So I'm just trying to understand, so if we paid him the 190 in this fiscal year, okay? And let's say we turn around July 1 and paid him an additional however much, we decide on, then we would still have a final payment to him
Wait, what? January?
Like January.
by January 1.
Or whenever, yes.
Or whenever, okay.
Yeah. like
So
by
we're
tax.
basically,
That's what he's
we're,
asking.
So
what
we
we're
would make
doing,
3 payments.
could.
and
Could,
it is.
So what we're doing is yielding to the
definitely-
advisement of his,
tax person.
accountant, financial advisor, so.
We need to have a we need to
we
have a
need
sit-down
to-
discussion.
Well, yeah, well, we can go back from an administration standpoint and have that conversation. We all know them, we can have that conversation. But the gist of it is, and like I said, we agree that getting it off the books, paying it off, that's the battle. The other battle, we can work with the finer details. This is probably one of the easiest decisions that we'll probably agree on or have agreed on in a long time, but just getting this off the book, we can work with Mr. McLean and his folks to determine if it's gonna be 2 payments. Will he accept 1 payment? He could come back and say, that's,
I don't think he has a choice in that matter.
well, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, if we're opening the door for that level of conversation, or we just stroking a check and here you go. But to McKendrick's point is, just he did us a solid. So, hearing him out to see what's best for him on this. In his mind, he might not have any, vision of us coming back after the first year and saying, here you go. So we can go back in that conversation and follow up with everyone this week. Next week, I'm sorry. All right. Any more questions on the McLean property? All right.
So the farmer's market, heard from Paul Mascotti this morning, $750,000 is what the town has committed to in the past, so that's why I put that amount in there.
And that is matching funds.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. Irrigation of the amphitheater fields.
Yep, so that, I don't know if y'all know, but, the amphitheater field is not irrigated. It gets pretty dry and, it's pretty much hard pack out there. And you know, talking with Paul about when the park was originally developed, that was not irrigated, just to say as a cost saving. So that's an estimate to install irrigation inside at the amphitheater. Is that still, I mean, that, I know you heard from Ed Cooper, is that estimate accurate?
He is working on getting
he's got it.
us the final, with the engineer plans to tie in with the existing irrigation.
Okay.
So my only concern with that is, once we do that and spend that type of money on irrigation, I know I hate hitting, when I moved ahead one time, it wasn't quite deep enough and it come
Yeah,
back
there's
up.
pros and cons.
So, yeah, so parking vehicles and things out there on it, on that field at that point, we need to make some tough decisions from a policy standpoint. Are we gonna allow, you know, vehicles parked out there? And, you know, the pop-up tent's not such a big problem, but it could be if somebody driving states and things through the you know. So there's some conversation in that across that field. There's a lot of use of that field. There's a lot of those tents that's set up out there that need to be anchored.
And there's implications, and from my point of view on vehicular traffic in that area in general, I've noticed some of our walks are starting to get cracks, and that's certainly due to vehicular traffic. So just from a protection of our assets in general, we may want to think about whether we're going to do the farmer's market, you know, having designated areas for designated things.
Mm-hmm.
That would just be my only opinion on that. I agree with you on the irrigation. The heads will be identifiable as far as putting a tent down. I would think it'd be kind of egregious if somebody drives a stake in that, but vehicular traffic certainly would be something that would have to be probably kiboshed for the most part.
So just,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, sir.
for those who have seen, and I guess we'll see, but for those who have seen the master plan, the fencing around the amphitheater, is that part of what this designer has drawn?
It was decided to not do the fencing for a number of reasons. From the foundation's point of view, I think the consultants sort of resonated with the idea too of just, I guess, lack for a better word, how sequestering it is to the one area, whereas our park is kind of sort of boundaried in a way. So for large scale events, it would really kind of, the pros and cons just didn't really add up, I guess. So that is not being demonstrated in this master plan.
Any more questions and concerns on this?
This was a staff-driven request from Aesthetics.
The restroom facility and soccer field, those need to continue into the next budget. They have gotten all the approvals, but we're working on, as I told council last meeting, on revising the design of that restroom building, but we want it all as one large package, so it will, so one is waiting on the other, but, and then, and we'll talk about this on Monday, but the Bethel Hanbury Gym, having funds set aside for that to make improvements.
Mr. Williamson, you did send us a, I guess, revised lease agreement, if I'm not mistaken.
It's really not revised. I mean, that's the same
Approved,
one.
possibly?
That, in fact, yes. Now, the only reason I didn't send you the approved one is because Will hasn't sent that one, actual signed one to me, but he said that version is what is signed. So I'm assuming it's the same. So anyway, so I know it's a executive session item on Monday.
Okay. We have this on Monday.
So, we get into it right now.
Yes, but not for this one. All right.
So, AV upgrades. y'all don't really deal with town hall on the AV, but we do have a fair number of virtual meetings there, and that whole setup in there is just real convoluted, and we've gotten estimates to kind of make improvements, basically put the screen above the mantelpiece and put everything away and improve it. So that's what that money is for. The manor upgrades, I think it's a variety of things that we always need improvement on to get it to where it's as simple as possible for the manor. I know the mayor's worked on that extensively. Another big thing, the gates are always a problem, and that has sort of triggered, and also the manor itself with the streaming and things is, we think, partly due to the fact that it's all the internet is beaming from town hall here, and so it's all essentially Wi-Fi. There's nothing hardwired internet to the manor, so that estimate is to bring the wiring from McLean into the building, and then also to hardwire each of the gates and improve the function of those.
Three gates, Carol?
Correct. Okay. There was also interest in the way that the parking areas, the grass parking areas are designed in the park. They're meant to be driven on, but they do get torn up because we are encouraging folks to drive on it. And when we have events that have, inevitably there's some large trucks or trailers, and so it kind of tears up those areas. So we've looked into, what if we did some kind of pavers that were permeable or something to put down in place of what's there. But that requires tearing out that infrastructure, that webbing, and putting in more substantial surface there. And that estimate is for all the areas around. So obviously we could divide that up and say, let's just do less than that, but that includes the entire median that runs down there, and I think some areas get more worn than others. But anyway, that estimate reflects the entire, that's one person's estimate of that work. Just to give y'all a ballpark of that. The dock we have to make more repairs on that, and so this is to replace it with some composite decking, which is much more durable. The Public Works, they've requested to have a wood chipper, particularly as we take on more property to manage. We also, Christy has some estimates for improving the sound for the amphitheater, and the speakers. And then we had in the budget this current year, but we just haven't been very successful in getting many quotes for painting the Hoffman House. And it being the oldest house in Blythewood, I think we do want to have someone who is experienced in historic structures. So talked to Historic Columbia. They recommended someone. Jim McLean said that's who did the museum. But I'd like to get other quotes, and that's where it's been difficult. That particular company gave us a quote, but trying to get other ones, you just haven't been able to do that yet. So anyway, I'd move that as a 2025 expense as well. If we can get it this year, that'd be great. We just haven't had much success getting those quotes yet.
Okay. All right, Council, before you have the capital expenses for FY25. I'm sure there's comments and things that you'll think about here coming up before the next budget workshop. Look over this, get with staff, and if we need to have conversation, let's have the conversation. I think all of those are good and will serve very well for what they're intended for. I know looking at the parking lot pavers, that really didn't come to the light until Rib Fest. We had, and I like the new layout for the Rib Fest, but of course, with the vehicles parked on the grassy area out here in the median, poses some different issues along the way. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, sorry.
yes, sir.
The dot quote, I did get that number yesterday. It didn't make it into the finals here. So the dot quote would be $44,854 to remove all of the wood decking and the top rails and replace it with a composite material. We did get a quote for that.
It'll look real good when it's finished.
But it keeps the existing,
Keeps the
Pillars.
pylons
Pylons.
and the main frame, because that's been, we put a contingency, we would propose to put a little contingency in there for any discoveries after the deck is removed, but at initial inspection, it looks to be pretty solid.
most contractors do 10%, I think.
Yeah.
All right, hearing nothing else, Mr. Williams.
So SAT, try to get this down pretty simple.
Page 12.
Yeah, page 12, see that? Let's see, we need to increase the revenue. I think I had an error on my notes about that. I think that was a leftover note, but it's 200,000. And so then, the majority of what we're trying to do is pay as much as we can to pay off, up to 65%, pay off the bond. And then, but also the museum, employee and maintenance is a qualifying SAT expense. And so that's how we did it current year, and that's how we proposed it this year. And then for the 30% allocation, I think we just developed good relationships with both Lake Murray Country and Experience Columbia, and they've both given proposals on to split that amount in half. And just so you know, we have taken this to SAT committee just to kind of go ahead and get their blessing, and they have approved this proposed funding. So I know that Councilman Brock was saying something about moving the public safety grants from SAT, and if you're interested in that, what we would do is reduce the amount that goes to the bond and then pick that amount up either from the general fund. So it really, taking something from the general fund to put in SAT and then putting it right back to the general fund to cover the difference on the bond payment.
Well, Mr. Williamson, if we are looking to use, well, we can just take it, we can take whatever's left and exhaust LAT.
Well, we have LAT. We're doing that too.
You've got it exhausted down
Yeah,
to zero?
we did the same thing, basically.
Yeah.
We said, okay, we're paying for Christmas decorations, and the remaining goes to the bond. So it's,
Well, you can always run it out of hospitality.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The
difference can be captured there.
This is how we did it currently. Yeah, there's certainly in hospitality, we're not paying it out of any of the bond out of the hospitality tax. So we can certainly do that. So
All right.
I don't think it really makes a whole lot of difference.
Any questions on SAT? All right, hearing none, we'll go to page 13 for the LAT.
So same thing. LAT does have an local government investment pool portion, so it does generate some interest. And then the majority, like I just described, we got a proposal from By Design, who's been done an excellent job on our decorations, and so they've given us an estimate for this year to add some more to that, and that's what we have for right now, unless Julie's done something between when we spoke with Mayor Griffin and now.
No, but I do want to say what I said in the meeting. Miss Julie, the Christmas decorations, every year there's something added to it, and I'm even surprised. And it looks real good. So that's definitely a good thrill to see folks come into town hall, sit in the truck, taking family photos and various other locations of the lights that we put up. So it has definitely become a tourist attraction, sort of say. Folks on what's happening in Blythewood that do photography, I always advertise. So we, to Brock's point, we'll start charging people to come use the prop. But no, we're not charging you. Don't. I'm just making a joke. But it's good to really see something used for that intent. So thank you. Mr. Williamson, page 14, hospitality.
Okay. So this is definitely not going to be close to a final, but you can see the revenue continues to increase, and that one does generate a significant amount of interest from that fund, and you can see on your sheet how much we have in that. So what we did for this, because we did not put out the guidance from Mayor Griffin was that we're trying to pay off this property, so we didn't really put out an H-tax application to the masses. We just sent it to those who qualified before. We got those applications, but we didn't put it out as like something, because honestly we had so much difficulty with these events really meeting the H-tax criteria that we just kind of kept it pretty limited. So if you look on this sheet, and I'm not sure if it's exactly, it's probably not necessarily reflecting the sheet on the back, but women's golf was funded by H-tax this current fiscal year, and they submitted an application for next fiscal year. And the Chamber of Commerce submitted 3 Oktoberfest, Chris Kendall, and Christmas Parade. The Chris Kendall, the town did not fund at all this current year. I don't know that that's really an H-tax, but y'all can interpret that differently. Oktoberfest, in the current final report, the chamber could not show us that they where the attendees were coming from. So my assertion from that is that it also is not really a tourism event. And then the Christmas Parade is currently having the Community Impact Fund. But Rib Fest, they did apply for, and so we have that in there. Run with Rotary did submit an application, but the town funded that out of Community Impact Fund last year. And then according to the H-tax policy, Blythewood High School and Westwood High School are supposed to each get $5,000. So we have that. And then I don't know if y'all are familiar with the Richland County Conservation Commission's Ag and Art Tour. I just put a little bit of funding in there for that because that is certainly a little tourism event, but it's not very significant. So I think some of the questions are what to fund out of the H-tax, and in my opinion, it would just be the Golf Association and RibFest. And then if the town wanted to fund these other ones, it wouldn't come out of H-Tax. Anything you are funding out of H-Tax, they need to show that they are. It's very restricted on how the money is used, and they have to show that they are actually bringing in tourists. So when you move things into H-Tax, you just put them under a lot more scrutiny.
Ms. Fruit.
So we didn't open the application process up this year, so do you think there'll be pushback? Because it would seem as though we were then only entertaining those that we have funded before. So, I mean, is that gonna, is that a good look, or is it a message that we put out that, we're kind of going in a different direction?
No, so I'll answer the first part. So trying to figure out, the original plan was to really, from my perspective, was to clear us of certain debts. I wanted to fast track both properties that we were talking about earlier. So trying to figure out the best way to do that where we're not, capping ourselves and pulling so much out of our what we call rainy day fund for simplicity. So trying to see if we could use some of these funds to pay some of that. And through the lenses of things like RibFest, because they conversate with us, Ag and Art Tour conversated, Women's Golf conversated, the high schools conversated. We know that. So once we get to a point where we know exactly what we're going to spend, how we're going to pay off, we do know now that we will pay off one property, and let this one kind of roll out in the natural way. So then once we do that, we can definitely open that up. But if you haven't seen the policy yet, I encourage you to look at the policy. From the years past when it was kind of wide open, and the policy is very straightforward. And to Mr. Williamson's point, a lot of organizations have struggled to kind of fit something into that pool. There's some very specific things that you have to do, you have to show, and it was hard for some to do that. So opening this back up, we may receive a bunch of applications, Councilwoman Fripp, but then we will be faced with sitting up here telling people, no, you don't qualify. You see what I'm saying? So you have 25 people here, and maybe out of 25, 2 qualify.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
let me
sir.
just add a little more context to this for Councilwoman Fripp and possibly for Ms. Page as well. We are under no obligation at any point to ever award any organization hospitality dollars. Whether we have an open application period or not. We can have an open application period, 100 people apply, and 0 get accepted. The city of Hartsville saved their hospitality tax for close to a decade. And what did they do, Mr. Mayor?
Built Neptune Island.
They built Neptune Island. They didn't give a single dime away, and then they created an economic driver for their city. We could do that. When Councilman McKendrick and I had a meeting, we asked every single person, and how many people would you say were here, Councilman McKendrick? 2 dozen? Yeah. Okay. We asked them, and I've said this before, how many of your events, show of hands, would not operate if your allocation from the town went to 0? Not a single hand was raised. That was very enlightening to us, because if you look back at the past couple of years' budgets, the monies that were doled out in hospitality was just, it continued to increase and increase and increase. And it's almost like some members of this body felt like we got it in, we had to get rid of it. We don't have to get rid of it. We can save it. There's a reason that we have $507,000 in hospitality in our bank account right now, and we can have more if we want to, and save it for whatever, whether it's developing, as I call it, the swamp across the street, or the 37-acre pecan orchard, or even this park, or even acquiring additional assets. If the question is it a bad look? I don't think it's a bad look any more than it's a good look. It's just, what do we have the authority to do? And this body took a somewhat strong position last year and said, we're going to dial back the amount of monies that we're going to hand out. Now, there's been a refocus on paying off our debts. So as we like to say sometimes, Mayor and I like to joke, we don't have anything on layaway. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily concern myself that much with the optics of whether or not it looks bad. I agree that, if we've got assets that we are purchasing and we're paying more than we're getting for keeping our money in the bank, clearly we need to invest in ourselves before we start investing in others. And we have plenty of things to invest in, as evidenced by this $4.7 million capital expenditure wish list. So, yeah, we can talk about this later offline if you want to as well. Oh, we definitely think there was some favoritism in the past.
Ms. Page? Oh, I'm sorry.
I will say, last year I was on the other side of this table, and it did not feel good to know that I wasn't given an opportunity to hear or to discuss the changes. And not that you owe me anything. However, we are here for the public, and I am concerned as to how people feel about decisions that are made, because this is their town.
Yep.
So I would like for us to have consideration of others. So, how that is done, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to somewhat clarify my,
Yes.
how that is too.
Not to sound crass, there's 6 people in the audience right now.
Yes,
We
I
have a
totally
town council
understand.
meeting in a week and a half. We have a meeting every single, at the 4th Monday, with the exception of,
Yep.
I think, May. And
you're right.
nobody shows up.
No,
We
but-
beg people to come and tell us how they feel. There's an open microphone right there, and anybody pretty much during most of the meeting can walk up there and tell us what they think and ask questions. But they don't.
You're totally right. You're totally right. However, we are providing them the opportunity to listen to these meetings on YouTube, which is great. It is recorded, so therefore they can go back and I do hear people that when their calendars don't allow them to be here in person, they do go and do that. And then we have the media here as well, and they publish information that's, for the good of the group or whatever, recapping our meetings or these meetings. So, while they might not be here in person, they could still have involvement in, because of the ways that we're providing the information.
Yep. And I agree. And this body and this staff is available almost 24 hours a day via email or phone calls. If I don't get any emails or phone calls about the direction that this body's taking, I have to assume that everything's okay until I hear otherwise. And, if somebody wants to send us an email, our email addresses are on the website. We will have town cell phone numbers that will be on the website. If anybody from the public calls the town administrator, or they call Miss Julie, or they call Miss Durst, they will relay to us that somebody has called. I know for a fact Miss Julie's called me and said, so-and-so's called you. Here's the number. Will you call them back? Sure. We are accessible. But, we can't make people reach out to us if they're unhappy. I just want people to understand, we are here for you.
Yeah. So I think then too, I think one thing, and I hear you, Ms. Page, and it's something that I think Councilman Brock hit on with Neptune Island. And we really got onto that conversation from personal visits and then having conversations with their elected leadership about how can Blythewood have Neptune Island 4.0? How, from a conceptual standpoint, we were looking at splash pads and how can we stand out and drive people to Blythewood? And not saying that we want a water park, you know, or we'll get one, but those are hot topics, splash pads. Those are things that bring people in and create the joys that we see in this park every day. But, you know, how can we do it if we're giving away every dime we have? You know, if we decided to, and I'm just using that as an example, if we decided to build something of that type of magnitude, a water park, which we don't have, which would be a great economic driver to this area, and we say it's $25 million to get off the ground, you know, and we look at how much we, you know, bringing in this fund, you know, can we, this may be the wrong way, so my numbers guys don't get me, but, you know, can we go bond in knowing that we receive this on certain periods? Or can we, you know, start the process of saving towards it, whatever it takes? But do we have some tangibles at the other side? If we're telling people that we want to build a water park, that's one thing. If we have invested in the modeling and we have the property, you know, and we're, like you said earlier, you know, we took the steps. You can see the steps. You can come into town hall and see the model of the water park that we are saving to build. Maybe these organizations would entrust in us that, okay, we see your vision. We can see it. We see you just bought the land for it. You know, we see dirt turning. You know, then they may give us, quote unquote, some grace because they see the money actually being spent to what we said. So I get it. Long and drawn out, I definitely understand you, ma'am. Any other questions on 15?
Mr. Mayor, the only comment, or I don't know if it's a question, but
Yes,
I
sir.
see both Westwood High School and Blythewood High School coming out of potential hospitality tax for the $5,000, which would reflect the hospitality tax policy of funding both of those at $5,000 each year. Art and Ag Tour would be new, and then everything else would have been there last year. In preparation for the next budget workshop, can we look at the bank account balances? Mr. Williamson provided that to us in light of the HTAX applications that are before us on the big sheet, the capital expenses FY25 that are before us that total, you know, the $4.5 million if everything was funded on that sheet. And because here's tends to be where we've gotten mired down in years past. Can we come back prepared to, like on the capital expenses, if we're not going to add to that sheet, is that a closed sheet, or how long are you going to give us to make recommendations to add to it? At what point can we close it? And then when we come back for the next budget workshop, we say, are we in agreements, farmers market, $750,000? We all give all of these an up or down vote, come up with the total, and then figure out where it's coming from.
Yes. So that's what's actually going to be at the end of instructions, so that because you're right, in the past, this has been kind of, it floats.
Yep.
And we really don't measure ourselves to the sheet. I mean, when I look at this, and I know the numbers are high, Councilman Brock did the math and pointed to it and showed me, and I know that it was going to be high, but I would not sit here and tell you, men and ladies, let's fund it all. You won't hear that from me, because then that fund it all come from that 10-6 that we got over there. But I want us to, that's why if you see my paper, I got an asterisk beside the property purchase.
It's your Christmas list.
Yeah, well, it's everybody. So, I mean, at the end of the day, to Councilman McKendrick's point, if I am, by next Friday, please, all members, look at this list, add to this list, take away from this list, Send it to me, CC Miss Durst on that list, and Julie and Mr. Steins on that list. By next Friday.
Carol, you feel left out?
No, see, send it to Mr. Williamson too. We keep him on the book for a little while.
We'll get a bounce back.
Yeah, but so next Friday, and if you want to meet with me, sit down and talk, do lunch, breakfast, whatever the case may be, please, by all means, I'll be in the office, standard office hours with staff, Monday through Friday next week. Call me, text me, let's have the conversation. I mean, I think this by far, and to be honest, this has been an enjoyable workshop versus some in the past. And I think that we really can make some headways on this thing. So, I mean, we talked about it, and you know, to abide by state statute of the agenda, and I don't want no conclusion, but or thumbs up, but I do believe we are probably king on 2 of these items on this list. And if we could pull one of them off, if we could pull both of them off, I think that we have moved the town that much further. I think we will make that money back that's spent, and we can definitely revisit this list. There are some things that probably shouldn't be on this list that can be spent, like the internet upgrade, you know, those things like that. Those are utility costs, in my opinion. Maybe the upgrades to the AV, those things. So there are some things, the wood chipper, if just like the winch, if they send that on over to my office, that's a $2,000 wood chipper. I don't think it would break the bank to give them the tools that they need, just like they did for the winch on the truck. So there's some items that shouldn't be on here. There's some items that will be updated as we get some cleaner quotes on here. But take your time, look at this, figure out where we need to be, and let's have the appropriate conversations. And then the next one, and to Councilman McKendrick's point, we could go through this. I'll put them on a, I've been saying the word for 2 months on the road, but I'll put it on a, it's a fancy word in Excel, but anyway, where you can see everybody's, a pivot sheet.
Pivot table?
Yeah, pivot table. So we can see these recommended changes there. And let me see where we at. Give me time.
I just want to point out before we end the budget that the last page is the Manor CIP, and H-Tax policy says 50% of H-Tax goes to capital projects.
Mm-hmm.
This year we didn't have money we didn't have capital projects really going on, so we put that 50% into the Manor. So we tentatively just did the same thing for this budget, but clearly with what we're discussing, 50% of H-Tax can go towards these capital items. So you can kind of ignore that, and we would probably reduce that back down to a more modest amount of transfer into the Manor CIP, because it's got $1 million in there now. I mean, it's in good shape. So anyway, just as you're kind of reviewing it again, that's likely to change.
Now, the Manor CIP is also used for park improvements.
Yes,
correct? It's just the building?
Well, it's just to make sure that the roof and the HVAC are all, we can do it. I mean, I think you could technically, broaden it to the grounds and all that, but I'm just saying, like, the intent is just to make sure that, this is the most expensive part of the park as far as maintained, so.
Okay.
All right, cool. So, all right, to members of council, you got a glimpse of you have more than a glimpse of the budget. Take some time, look over the budget, get with staff. If there's things you need explained, call, go by. get with staff so you can understand what's there, make your recommendations. But other than that, I thank you for the process through this, hearing it out. I look forward to receiving the email by next Friday on the capital expenditures or any other conversation you wish to have with me. I hope, let's see here, May 9th is our second workshop session. It'll be right here. I will have presentations as instructed or stated earlier for that meeting, so that we can have a better understanding of certain things, on how the town is working and what's really needed. And then we'll have our first reading May the 20th of the budget. And then our second reading is scheduled right now for June the 24th. Any questions or concerns before I move to the executive session?
We got the TPAC update.
Oh, snap. Councilman McKendrick, I know you got something scheduled coming up. Do you need another time for TPAC, or what's the deadline?
Well, the debt, you know, according to the emails I sent out, and TPAC, county councils put TPAC on, to say it's an aggressive timeline is an understatement, but I think they found themselves referendum-wise with a short time frame to get this penny option referendum buttoned up how they want it buttoned up. It was my hope to try to get some of the funding for Langford, Wilson, Blythewood in this new referendum for the penny projects. But county council approved last night the first pass on first reading of the list, which county council came up with. And they're using TPAC as the mechanism to collect those. So I probably think it would be prudent to find out from Councilman Pugh what Blythewood projects were on there. There's another meeting of TPAC, I believe tomorrow. But again, the list has passed first reading of county council. And it's frustrating because I don't have much faith that any funding is going to be in there for the biggest traffic issue in Blythewood.
No.
And that's going to extend us out through the next penny project.
Yep.
Well, you also have to assume that the referendum is going to pass, which, in my opinion, could potentially be an uphill battle for them. And if it doesn't pass, then nothing gets funded. At least for the current year, they can
Yes, sir.
bring it back next year.
Yes, sir.
So I do, yep. So Councilman McKendrick, to that point, I do have some meetings scheduled with several county council members for next week, some state house members. And part of the discussion, just to share for transparency amongst the members here with the county, is the penny tax. So my concern was that, you know, we got passed over again. And I want to make sure that we're on that list. We all know the roads that are issues as far as heavy traffic load. We all know that, you know, Scout potentially putting 4,000 plus. We just talking about employees when we say 4,000. We're not encompassing truck traffic and all the other pieces and travelers coming off the interstate. So my focus is, you know, has always been, you know, that Lanford Road, Blythewood Road, Lanford Road straightening project, which we know would alleviate a lot. But then also to a point, someone made, a citizen made to me, well, if you do that, then you might as well carry the 4-lane traffic all the way down to Hardscrabble. You know, so, it could be some, but I just want to make sure that we're on the list. There are several other neighborhoods in this community. I'm not going to name them here, but need to be addressed as well on there. So I will follow up with you when I have that conversation, just so that you know when you do go back to the penny tax committee.
And I've been asked by constituents, where are we going to fall on the penny? And to Brock's earlier point, Blythewood residents are in Richland County, so they'll be voting on the penny.
Yep.
And it's not like we haven't made our voices heard. And then that's where that $25,000 for a lobbyist,
Mm-hmm.
we need to start leveraging that on a federal level, because this issue's not getting better. And if I had to give you my gut, we're going to be left out of the penny.
So
I hope you make progress in the meetings you're going to have
no,
next week.
I would just say this when it comes to the lobbyists. I keep missing the trips to DC. So, and those are real trips with real conversations
Oh, absolutely.
to DC that my colleagues are a part of. So we really do need a lobbyist, and that name got bad, painting across it. But we'll talk about that later. But I owe you that, Councilman McKendrick, after those conversations next week. Anything else? That was action item A. We're not taking any action on that. Just that brief discussion to the audience. We do need to go into executive session. I need to borrow 2 people real quick before they really have to go in 15 minutes. But we're hearing nothing. Okay. So we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, executive session per South Carolina section 30-4-70. Item A, discussion of employment of an employee, the town administrator position. So after this, there should be no action taken. We just need to have a brief conversation on where we're going with the administrator position. And after that, we will come back and adjourn. So,
Mayor, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
thank you, sir. It's been motion and made and second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Ayes have it. We're in executive session. Thank you.